The only reason I show up.
Go ahead and call this meeting to order, November 7th, 2023. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Good morning, all. Happy November. Got some white stuff out there today, so the honeymoon is over.
Beautiful.
We do have a quorum present with all 5 commissioners in attendance today. First order of business is the approval of the agenda. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Toman.
I would make the motion to approve the agenda.
Got a motion to approve by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Brings us right along to the county resident comments and concerns portion of the agenda. If there's anyone in the audience or online that would like to address the governing body at this time, now would be your opportunity. Good morning, Assessor Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I was just going to take a couple of minutes this morning. And first of all, thank Candy and the people at the events complex. We had our summer assessors meeting out there and they let us use the new Spicer gazebo for one of our functions. And it could not have gone better. She asked us if we played with the fire pit. I said, of course we did. We're assessors. We flip all the switches and looked at all the buttons. So what I'm here to talk to you about this morning is it's called the People's Initiative to Limit Property Tax Through a Homeowner's Exemption. You may have seen it online. I did an article. I did a Let's Talk with Al Harris, did something with Johnny K. talking about this. And the main reason I did this was to make sure people understood what they were doing. There's a lot of misinformation out there on this initiative. There was a lady in Campbell County who was actually gathering signatures, and her quote was, the legislature doesn't know what we should be doing with our money. We know better than they do, and they've got all these reserves. So she's implying that the revenue that comes from your property taxes goes to the state. It does not. She's one gathering the signatures, and there's misinformation out there coming from her. What I want to make sure is clear that 2/3 of your property tax money on your property tax bill goes to schools. Okay, local schools, 12 mils of that goes to the foundation fund. That money is taken by the Department of Education, redistributed from the wealthier counties to the poorer counties to help provide education. But that's the only part of that tax dollar that goes to the state in any form. Everything else goes to provide local services. It goes to our local school districts for their 25 mils, their recreation levies, BOCES, whatever else they have. But the majority of the rest of it goes to the county, providing roads, public safety, the sheriff's office, road and bridge. The remaining part goes to Western Wyoming Community College. We have all the special districts. Okay, now the way this exemption is written, they are allowing you to receive the exemption if you've been in your home for 1 year. Okay. To contrast that with the other exemptions that are out there, the veterans exemption, a veteran has to be in the state of Wyoming for 3 years to receive their exemption. And the property tax refund program that is currently a huge circuit breaker in this property tax issue we've got, you have to be a resident for 5 years. So this initiative that has been kind of pulled out of the air by, I think, 3 individuals, I don't think they thought it through well enough. So it's giving a bigger benefit to people. And I just think it's a really poor tax policy. The other thing in Casper recently, there was a joint revenue committee meeting, and some of the legislation that was discussed was a much better version of a homeowner's exemption. It was 24 LSO 187. And it actually gives a adjustment of 25% roughly. That was passed by that committee, but there is no backfill provision. So right now, when the veterans exemption is approved and that adjustment is taken off of the tax bill, and we basically bill the difference to those veterans, the county actually receives that reimbursement back from the state. There's no backfill in this provision. There was another version of legislation, 24 LSO 183. It was a mill levy amendment that was tabled. It would actually adjust mill levies for school districts based on the balance of the legislative stabilization reserve accounts, again, tabled. The property tax refund program, there was an amendment passed on it to actually add some tiers to that. So one of the concerns was that people qualified for the exemption, and you could have been $1 over the limit, and then you got nothing. So what they were trying to do was continue to do the level they were at, and then add a few more tiers at the end, so people didn't get a huge drop off. Now those tiers at the end, the refund is very, very minimal, but at least it keeps people from being in or out. There was 24 LSO 182 that was monthly payments of property taxes that was tabled. A tax deferral program was also brought up and that failed. There were a couple of different cap proposals. They would require that the constitutional amendment that's already projected to be on the ballot in 2024 pass. And at that point, the residential property could be pulled out of that all other class that we talked about in my appeal hearings, not this year, but the year before. Right now, property is in 3 classes by the Constitution: minerals, industrial, and all other. So in that situation, you can't do anything to that, any one property type in that all other category without doing it to all of those property types. And that all other includes mobile homes, personal property, real estate, oil and gas equipment. That's part of the industrial part. But they have to pull that out before the legislature can start making any adjustments to that. You probably are going to start getting emails from Mr. Riemann regarding some of this legislation, and there's going to be more. The other thing that was presented in Casper was the acquisition value study. And basically the consultants that did that did a fantastic job on the presentation, but it really wasn't the answer the revenue committee wanted. So they've actually forwarded some additional research for the LSO on that topic. Don't know if it's good or bad, but that's where that's headed. And just to update you a little bit on the property tax refund, I've got the numbers here. Sweetwater County had 282 applicants in the refund program. They approved 256, and the total amount dispersed was $175,279.31. Our average was $684.68. So we helped a lot of people. Contrast to that, this just jumps off the page. So Teton County, okay, 495 applicants, 442 qualified. The total they gave out was $1,577,394.96, and their average refund was $3568.77. So you can see the residential property values in Teton County, again, has no minerals. So this property tax initiative that we talked about to begin with drops a lot of the revenue from that residential tax base in Teton County. So yeah, the taxpayers are paying less in property taxes, but you guys run the county government. If they have no minerals in Teton County, so the biggest part of their value is residential property. So take that out of their equation, and how do they function? So it's, the intent of this, I think, was a knee-jerk reaction to the legislature not doing much for property taxes. But again, in my opinion, this is very, very bad tax policy. And I said on Al Harris's show, I'm not going to sign it. I'm not telling people what to do, but just know the ramifications. So, and I will stand for any questions.
Thanks, Dave. One of the comments, and I don't know what context it was in, but I think it was on Al Harris's, was you said the root of the issue is that people are getting mad at how their taxes are being spent. What does that mean?
I think that was, the people are mad, but they think the legislature is spending that money. And that was the context. I don't know how it came across in the interview, but the context was people are frustrated because the legislature is holding on to all these reserves, the rainy day fund money, and they just over and over and over, they hold on to it. But I think the people signing the initiative are thinking their property tax dollars, their local property tax dollars are going to the state. And again, just not true in any context.
Questions, comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Dave, a question. You and I talked a little bit about this the other day, and I apologize, I didn't get a chance to talk with you as much as I would have liked. But in our discussion, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the number that we would be being reduced in Sweetwater County about $1,700,000.
We had,
Local property tax.
the Department of Revenue actually did a study in depth. When you and I talked, I gave you generic numbers for residential property as a whole. When they actually went back and looked at the initiative, it only applies to the primary residence. So the way that's being interpreted now is not the land, but just the house. And we do have to break up land and improvements. So it would just be on your main residence. So when the Department of Revenue did the analysis, the total amount, and I should have talked about this earlier, was about $5.6 million to the entire county, all tax authorities included. But 12 mills of that is about $950,000. And again, it goes away just like that. And no backfill.
And that was the point. I think that what people need to understand is they may be reducing the tax that they're paying on their primary residence, but they're going to be forsaking services that are in place through local governments if that takes place.
Absolutely.
So you're basically putting money in one pocket and taking it out of the other if that's the case, or if that's not the case, at least reducing services in that situation.
And I think that's the more likely response to this is services will be cut. I mean, there's just no way. And mineral counties, Sweetwater County, Campbell County, Commerce County, maybe we can handle it for a while, but there are counties that can't. There are 2 or 3 counties across the state, the smaller agricultural counties. Residential property values are 50, 60% of their total valuation. They finally just gave their employees health insurance, not their families, just the employees. And it was due to this increase in residential property values that they've seen. So like I said, we just have to be careful because it's not just here, it's statewide. And again, as far as tax policy goes, this is a one size fits all. When I did Mr. Harris's interview, a $500,000 house would receive a $1,700 exemption. A $200,000 house got about $680. So in that situation, you're giving a bigger adjustment to someone in a much more valuable property who probably doesn't need the help. I would argue the person in the lower, the smaller house with the lower value probably needs more help than the person in the big house. So again, my interpretation of this is just very, very poor tax policy.
Yes,
Commissioner Tillman?
I have a question. Do you think there is any solution that would be workable?
I think there's a better version of the homestead exemption, which would be basically a percent of the value, a much smaller percent. So it didn't benefit the huge properties. But again, a backfill provision is something that I would recommend. The County Assessors Association has been involved in a tax cap project that actually would cap the increases in residential property values. The number is still to be determined. The legislature heard it for the first time at the Revenue Committee. I think they're kicking that around a little bit. The number that was proposed was like 5%. I personally believe that our system isn't broken. If you have a higher value home, you pay a higher property tax. It's just that simple. The cap thing takes care of the issue with the increases. So, and you have counties who have substantial increases. If we go to Park County, Lincoln County, I mean, the biggest one, and just throw Teton County out because they've always been kind of an outlier. But if you look at Lincoln County, which gets spillover from Teton County, people can't afford to live in Jackson, so they move to Star Valley, Alpine, those places. 2021, their increase in residential property value was 14%. 2022, it was 35%. And 2023, it was 28%. Just substantial increases. And that's the extreme example, but there are counties, Sheridan County, Park County, Lincoln County, even Laramie County to an extent is having some of this go on. Crook County is having this happen as well. So what we're trying to do with this cap legislation is just limit that. And then hopefully, at some point, we'll come up with a better system, but at least it's something for now. Now, again, it can't go in place until the constitutional amendment goes through in the general election to pull residential out of that all other category. Until that happens, a lot of this legislation just can't happen. The LSO has been pretty clear that a lot of this stuff just isn't constitutional until that amendment passes. Now, this Joint Revenue Committee group actually talked about amending the constitutional amendment and changing it in a couple of different forms. And there's no bill out there yet, but as that comes through, I'll try and let you know too. But it's, property taxes right now are a hot topic. I don't know how much is going to get done in the budget session. I don't have any idea. They have to have 2/3 to get anything started. I don't know whether any of this stuff will have enough traction for that. But it does scare me a little bit. I'm kind of concerned the legislature may have some sort of a knee-jerk reaction, and we may have another Senate File 60 that's involved with residential property. So I don't know what it could look like, but it could really have some issues down the road. And that's what we're trying to make sure the legislature sees is the ripples. What happens when values go back down? Because they will. And what happens when that happens? Then what have we done? And is it permanent, or is it something that can be removed? They keep talking about the increases, but they don't talk about decreases very often. And it's something they just have to be aware of.
Watching on the news, I think it was last week in Uena County down in Vernal, they were discussing, I think it's 73% increase to their property tax, another big hot topic.
Sure.
There's other counties in Utah that are being faced with even bigger numbers than that, which is just alarming. But is your association's idea of the cap? I mean, we're hearing a lot of whatever value you buy your home at, that should be kind of capped, and you pay that continually until you sell the home. Is that somewhat what the cap is about that you're speaking to?
What you just described is acquisition value, and that's very similar to what they do in California, Prop 13.
Okay.
Now, Prop 13 was actually put in the 70s, and I think Idaho was another state that tried it and bailed. It just wasn't working. So Prop 13 in California, it reduced the property tax burden. There's no doubt, because basically what it was your property was valued at the price it was purchased at, and then some sort of inflationary factor over time. But what it caused was a lot of additional taxes. So the school systems, the states, the cities, towns, counties were all losing revenue because the property tax values were basically stopped. So what they ended up doing was creating a lot of additional tax to make up the difference. And if you just trade one tax for another, in my opinion, he didn't do anything. So in Wyoming, new taxes aren't a very popular thing. So I think much more likely to have services cut. Acquisition value, again, Prop 13 in California. Now, what we're talking about with the cap is just having the increases, but then capping the increase. So we don't ever lose market value. Okay, market value always stays. California, Prop 13 loses that value. Once it's purchased, that's the value forever. And part of the problem in California too was they had a lot of exemptions. So you had a home that would pass down through generations, and it would be, a 1,200 square foot bungalow on Malibu, and it would be valued at $200,000 because that's what it was valued at in the 70s when this went into place. Well, if it never sold to someone who wasn't a family member, it just stayed at that value with that little inflationary factor. The house right next door, same floor plan, same square footage, same location, could have sold for $15 million. So you have a $200,000 house and a $15 million house that are basically identical right next to each other. As an assessor, that makes us lose sleep at night. That's not fair and equitable. That's taxation. In my opinion, that's broken. It's just not fair. You value the property, and you value the property at its market value, which is what we've always done in Wyoming. Now, what we're talking about as assessors is just capping the increase. And if the number is set at a reasonable amount, let's say 10%, then some of the counties may not ever see the increase, right? And Sweetwater County had the lowest residential property tax increase from 22 to 23. We were at 8.5%. If we put that cap at 10, then maybe it doesn't affect anything, but it just depends. And the legislature may have the ability to adjust that every year. They may tie it to an inflation index of some kind. I mean, there's a lot of ways to manage this, but there is a distinct difference between those two systems of taxation. And acquisition value isn't property tax relief. It's a different method to value property. So, and I think the legislature gets hung up on that. They think it solves the problem, and it doesn't. Depending on what year you pick, if you have to pick a base year and you pick 2022, where our values are as high as they've ever been. So you're actually locking in the highest value we've had, and it doesn't ever go down as much as it should in that system. So yeah, the legislature, I think, may have good intentions, but I think this acquisition value is, again, not good tax policy.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaughter.
One other thing that I think Dave alluded to that I think is extremely important is the length of residency requirement. And if that goes into place with a petition such as this, with a 1-year length of residency, I think is disproportionately helping those people who are coming in from out of state who are buying the high dollar value homes. And I don't think that's the intent of what we're looking at. So I think if something like this were to take place, we would want to be looking at a longer residency requirement so that it's not benefiting that group directly.
And Mr. Chairman, I think Commissioner Slaughter's exactly right. There was another bill, 24 LSO 0188, property tax exemption for long-term homeowners. And they 50% of assessed value for their spouse, 65 years or older, and you have to pay taxes in Wyoming for 30 years. So it's one of those deals where, that's going the other extreme. And this was discussed too, that maybe that's too long. Maybe 20 years is enough. But they are trying to do some things again with the budget session. I just don't know how much they're going to get done. But Commissioner Slaughter's exactly right. The people that are coming in that are paying these exorbitant prices for this property are the ones that are driving the values up. As an assessor, you get one or two of those a year. Doesn't really affect much. But in Lincoln County, where that's, a majority of your sales, that is your market. And that's why you're seeing all those increases up in that place that are substantially higher than what the residents are used to.
Any other comments, questions, commissioners? Thanks, Dave. We appreciate the
Okay.
background on it. We'll continue to watch it as things progress and try and learn more I know it's a hot topic. It was last year in the session, and there's a lot of moving pieces and parts to it. And so
Okay.
we appreciate your background and education on that.
Okay, and I do have some information on Prop 13 that we were looking at last year when this was being discussed again. I will try and forward that to you guys so you at least have an idea of what I'm talking about there.
Sounds good.
All
Thanks
right,
very much.
thank you.
We're still under county resident comments and concerns. Is there anyone else who would like to address the governing body at this time? If not, we'll go ahead and close county resident comments and concerns, and this will move us into tab A, commissioners. Under tab A, today is the consent agenda. We have got 8 items. First being the approval of the October 17th, 2023 minutes, the approval of the county vouchers, warrants, EALs, and commissioners report, approval of bonds, approval of abates and rebates, a request to restaff a vacant position in the detention center, a request to staff a vacant position in the sheriff's office, a request to staff 3 vacant positions in the county clerk's office, a title clerk, land records clerk, and an election clerk. And finally, a request to restaff 3 vacant positions in the custodial department. Is there any questions or comments on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
I'd like to remove A4, approval of abates and rebates from the consent agenda.
Do you have a request to remove item 4? Is there any other requests, commissioners? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 4.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to just make a statement with respect to these vacant positions that we're filling. It seems as if each meeting we're filling a tremendous number of these positions. And obviously, it's something that we can't directly control, but I think it's something we need to be aware of. And in looking at this, if we were to refill all of these positions with families, which would be the highest dollar amount that we're seeing the increase in our benefits package, we're looking at almost $200,000 as a potential increase to our budget with respect to just restaffing vacant positions. And I just want the public to understand, we're watching these things. We are aware of them, and we want to make sure that we are controlling the money that they're paying in taxes. I just think, once again, it's something that we just need to be aware of. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other discussion on any of the consent agenda items? Hearing none, we do have a motion, a second on the table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next would be the item that we just removed, which is the approval of the abates and rebates.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards?
The reason I removed this is there is a business on the list that is still in business, and I want to, my preference here would be to table it and allow Assessor Davis to bring us back an amended report at the next meeting.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, and I want to thank Commissioner Richards for pointing this out. There was a business on there that was still actually in business. And just to give you the commission a little history on how we work this, we look at the delinquent account listing with the personal property accounts every couple of years. And we do our research trying to go through all of these accounts and find out which businesses are still in business and which ones aren't. So we basically farmed this out to our staff, give them a couple of pages and go through this. I think it's like 15 or 20 pages. This report is of all those delinquent accounts. And we start looking at the delinquent mobile homes and we start looking at the delinquent personal property accounts. When we farmed it out, and I think I sent you guys the page that was actually had this taxpayer in question. And someone had made a note on there that the phone number didn't work and then nothing online, something to that effect. Well, it was a swing and a miss. This was a business that actually is still in business. We're going to make sure we do better next time. Like I said, it was just a swing and a miss. We had assumed it wasn't in business, and the research that was done was kind of half-hearted, it sounds like, because the business is still there. I looked it up online and it didn't take me very long to find it. Once I spelled holistic right, it came up right away. So it's something where we'll do better. And we actually are through that list now. We've got a couple that were mentioned that we're going to go back and look at just to make sure. But it is just a project that we do every couple of years. And just for your information, we actually pick accounts up when we're actually out in the field looking for businesses. We actually look at the business licenses that are issued from each city. We actually, Mr. Zimmerman gets us a list of the daycares that are actually in service about this time of year, and we make sure those are still in business, because those tend to get in business and then get out of business. So we look at those. We actually send renditions to all of those accounts as well. Personal property, being a self-reported tax type, is tough. It really is tough. But again, on this list, we had a couple on there that should not have been on there, and we will make sure they get back on. I've already talked to the clerk in the treasurer's office. We have adjusted the form. We actually got a new one to Sally with that removed. So if you chose to, you could pass that. And I understand if you want to table it, that's fine. But we do have an updated one with those accounts removed. So if you want to add that and approve it at this meeting, you have that ability to move forward.
Thanks, Dave. Any
Mr.
preference?
Chairman, I would still prefer to table so I can take the time to look at that document and go over it again. So I'd make that motion to table A4 till the next meeting.
Do you have a motion to table the abates and rebates for this meeting by Commissioner Richards? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion? Not, sounds like we'll get that cleaned up for the next meeting, Dave.
Okay, sounds good.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You have a motion and second on the table to table this item. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion is unanimous. Next up is commissioner comments. I'm a little nervous because we've had
5
three.
pages, you're gonna read 5 pages to it?
I've got a long one for you, so it looks like I'm up first here. Busy 3-week break. It's kind of a blessing in a disguise, it seems, because there's a lot of business today. So hopefully we can keep her on track here. I attended the virtual public officer training on October 24th with Commissioner Jones. So we are happy to announce we have joined the rest of you in that compliance club. There were about 386 attendees, which seemed like a pretty big number to me, but I found it to be pretty beneficial and educational in many aspects. I know from some of the boards I liaise to, many of them have still not taken that required training, so we might all just remind them that they have until July 1st to get that done. Otherwise, it sounds like we're probably going to be forced to remove them. I was on an email chain with Candy from the events complex, who informed that her staff is working on becoming a qualified training center host, where they might be able to offer the training locally and perhaps virtually. So we should see some more on that as they work through the kinks, but we appreciate them for stepping up and being a good community partner. I think that'll be a lot more convenient, especially for us on the local level here. I attended the District Board of Health's monthly meeting on the morning of the 25th. Pretty light meeting for them. They continue to battle the rising costs and vaccinations and the gamble on knowing how much to order versus ordering too much and having to waste some of those. As you can imagine, there are requirements through the Department of Health that local districts provide, X amount of vaccines, but if people don't need or want them, obviously they have a certain amount of shelf life before they must be disposed of. So I shared that just because it's something I never really thought of, but their staff does do a good job in tracking data and historical use to ensure that they're as accurate as they can be, given all those challenging times the last few years have brought. They also shared that the Green River wastewater treatment plant has been selected as one of 70 testing centers to monitor drug use and the distribution of illicit substances through the NIH, or the National Institute of Health. This will begin shortly after the first of the year, but you've probably heard about this in the form of testing for the coronavirus in recent years, but this is another avenue being explored by the CDC and others to help inform public health officials for any future decision-making, which I thought was kind of interesting as a plumber. The evening of the 25th, I attended the Southwest Counseling Mental Health Board meeting. Lots of annual reports were presented. They'll be here today to present some of the same to you all. I thought we were making some pretty good progress after the agreement was passed and after Gary and John helped provide their board with some orientation and history of our relationship. But each month there seems to continue to be a bit of antagonism that halts that progress, which does not come from the board, but hopefully the board will begin to address it. I try not to compare different liaison duties, but I must admit when all the other liaison relationships I have continue to offer respect and appreciation, even during times of disagreement, it really makes you stop and question things. So hopefully we can continue to work on that relationship. On the 26th, I met with Chief Walmsley from the Rock Springs Fire Department to discuss the idea of a facility use agreement at our partially vacant building on 430 Blair Avenue. This will be up for discussion for all of us a little bit later today in the agenda. We also had a great chat on EMS services and certainly appreciate his perspective on the ongoing matter there. Also on the 26th, I was invited to a meeting with the Wyoming Energy Authority at the Rock Springs Chamber. Kayla with SEDC, Rick Lee from the Chamber, and Representative Larson were all in attendance for discussion with representatives from the Energy Authority to discuss different challenges on the horizon pertaining to energy development. The group works with developers, owners, and builders to support generation projects that are in different stages of development across the state, ranging from coal, oil and natural gas, wind and solar, uranium, and industrial minerals. We had lots of good discussion, but obviously it quickly turned to the BLM's resource management plan. Their group is traveling around the state in hopes of gaining knowledge that they can take back to Cheyenne to begin focusing on how to address and help improve or advocate for, as it seems that many of the different areas they'd already been to have been sharing similar struggles. So I did extend an invitation to them to present at one of our upcoming meetings, so hopefully we can make that happen. I attended the monthly mayors and commissioner meeting with the Rock Springs Chamber on November 1st. We discussed some of the difficulty in filling open positions at various levels and asked one another to stop cherry picking each other's employees. Not really, but there does seem to be a little of that. We also discussed EMS services and shared our thoughts on current and future ideas. I believe these conversations will continue, but for now, I don't have much to report there other than I would encourage you all to start giving that some thought into the future. On the 2nd, Commissioner Richards and I met with Candy Pendleton from the Events Complex and Gene Legursky to go over an item on the complex's capital construction list. I'll let Island fill you all in there, but it's always good to catch up with what's going on out at the Happening Place. Another report on the agenda for today. Apparently, we just need to take 3 weeks off because then everyone comes to us, doesn't want us to have lunch, which is a hint, Commissioner Toman.
It's your turn, so don't think you're getting out of it.
I attended the Rock Springs Chamber's Rockstar Awards last Friday evening and was asked to present the awards to the State Chamber Employee of the Year, which was Representative J.T. Larson. as well as recognize 3 of the Chamber's outgoing board members. It's a fun night with lots of talented businesses and entrepreneurs in attendance, all of whom generously help shape Sweetwater County and all that it has to offer. So special thanks to Rick and his staff for the invitation and a good time. And lastly, yesterday I attended the quarterly Title 25 working group meeting. Thanks, Commissioner Slaughter, for extending that invite. The main topic of discussion there was the hospital has partnered with Clear, that's QLER, which is a telehealth opportunity offering telepsych services. So the group seemed pretty energetic about that and hope to have more data for us at their next quarterly meeting, which I believe is in February. So with that, for a matter of time, commissioners, I'll pause and stand for any questions. And with none, Commissioner Slaughter, you're up next.
Mr. Chairman, I too really appreciated having the 3 weeks between meetings, but I too have a long report. There was a lot that goes on between them, so bear with me on this. And I do also have Mr. Legursky's Public Works report that I will read at the end. On the 17th, I participated in the pre-pricing call for the specific purpose tax bonds. We discussed the procedure and parameters for the sale of the bonds to be held the next day, October 18th. The bond underwriter, Stiefel, along with Matt McBurnett, were all present. On the 18th, I got up at 7 a.m., which is early for me. I had to try and convince myself I was going elk hunting, to watch the sale of specific purpose tax bonds. The sale was set to run for 90 minutes. Bonds were available for maturities in 2024, 25, 26, 27, and 28. No bonds sold in the first few minutes, and I became somewhat nervous. After about 45 minutes, the 2026 bonds had a bid. Bid slowly came in over the next half hour. At the close, all of the bonds had sold with the exception of the 2028 maturity bonds. In the post-pricing call held at 11 a.m. that day, the underwriter explained that they would purchase the remaining bonds and then remarket them. So good news, the 2023 specific purpose tax bonds were sold and another hurdle in that was crossed. For the next several days, I received requests from the trustee bank, underwriter, and bond counsel to finalize the sale and sign official documents. On the 24th, I went to the CLG meeting in Lyman, heard reports from CLG attorney Daniel Betancourt on Rocky Mountain Power, IRP, the oil and gas leasing sales for the period, carbon sequestration. She also addressed the sage grouse plan, Trona producer plans, the Ashley National Forest plan, and obviously the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan. I directed a discussion on the concept of a collaborative for Ashley and Flaming Gorge National Recreation. Reception was lukewarm there. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on this afternoon. On the 25th, I discussed the nature of business of the depository bank and potential collateralization issues with Attorney De Leon, Treasurer Cowan, Bond Counsel, and the trustee bank. After discussion, it was determined that collateralization was not necessary due to the nature of the transactions taking place. One more hurdle crossed. On the 27th, I had a discussion with HR Director McLean and Attorney De Leon to address the best method to employ an administrative assistant for the specific purpose tax joint powers board. At the September 11th meeting of the Joint Powers Board, the board agreed to hire Allison Valsic as administrative assistant. Ms. Valsic served in this position for the 2012 initiative and was highly recommended by Reed West, the prior Joint Powers Board chairman. I had requested HR and legal review potential job description and employment contract for Ms. Valsic. It's another issue that we will discuss later this afternoon. On the 30th, I met with Christine Pafer, who is the Community Engagement Manager for NextEra Energy Resources. NextEra is the company proposing the Jackalope Wind Project in the southeastern part of the county. We had a very good discussion about the demographics of Sweetwater County and what the scope of their project would be. It will be interesting to continue discussions with them as they move forward with this project. On the 1st, I participated in the closing call for the 2023 specific purpose tax joint power bonds. $41,470,000 was transferred from the sale of the bonds to the trustee bank for use by the bonding municipalities. The collection from the first 5 months of the specific purpose tax were also transferred for use by the non-bonding entities. This amounted to $7,894,285.96. The money will now be available to each of our municipalities for their projects. Also participated in the Capital Committee meeting held at the Sheriff's Training Room later that morning. Discussion centered around the capital projects that have been completed and the amounts that may be available from projects that have cost less than anticipated. On the 2nd, I attended the Rock Springs Chamber Enterprise meeting. Scott Hoversland of the WCDA presented on the function of the WCDA and emphasized a housing needs assessment that WCDA has been working on with root policy research. The overall plan is to work with the statewide housing coalition that has formed over the last couple of years to do a statewide strategic housing plan based on the foundation, which was laid by the housing needs assessment. It was a very informative presentation. On the 3rd, I attended the Rock Springs Chamber Rockstar Awards held at Western Wyoming Community College's atrium. I was honored to co-present the Chamber Enterprise Award to Genesis Alkali. The Chamber did an excellent job. It was a fun night out with good food and a chance to mingle with the members of our community. Yesterday, as our chairman alluded to, we listened in on the quarterly Title 25 meeting, discussion centered around community resources and the ongoing issues of mental health in our community. Dr. Poyer presented Kueller to the group. It's a telehealth resource now available at Memorial Hospital. This morning, I received our first requisition request on our specific purpose bonds from the city of Green River and forwarded that on to our trustee bank. So we will see how that process works. That is my report. I will move to our public works report. Maybe if I can make it big enough that I can read it. On buildings, the LED lighting project is complete. We have completed a final walkthrough and the contractor has fixed the minor issues that we had on the project. If you didn't notice last month, the 2 new sets of stairs and the repairs to the east handicap ramp at the county courthouse were completed. The maintenance crew also installed one of the new windows in the museum. We have ordered the remainder of the windows and they should be delivered later next week. We had a preliminary meeting with the HVAC design team for our major capital project at the detention center. The initial meeting went well and we developed a great scope. Maintenance staff also completed 89 county staff work orders during October. Road and Bridge Department. We started on the 9-foot diameter Middle Marsh Creek culvert yesterday. The culvert and associated head wall will be delivered today. We were hoping to have it installed by the end of the week with the head wall, final backfilling, and bringing the road up to final grade in the coming weeks before Thanksgiving. I imagine this snow might have some impact on that. The road and bridge crew also installed the 20-foot section that flared end on the 72-inch diameter culvert by bear oil that was damaged in the August flooding. 2 weeks ago, a tanker truck rolled on the S-curve on County Road number 6, the OCI entrance road. The roadway was shut down for approximately 6 hours while crews from Union Pacific Railroad, Sweetwater County, SysGem, and The Trucking Company cleaned up the wreck. Tomorrow, we will have a temporary concrete barrier installed because a replacement guardrail is 6 to 10 weeks out. The engineering department, we are currently playing catch up on a bunch of small projects within the department, laying out updated sign projects for a couple of mine roads, analyzing pavement data for next year's projects, and designing a couple of culvert crossings that need to be updated. We will officially have our kickoff meeting with YDOT and their consultant on the 2 bridge projects that are being 100% funded through the bill infrastructure funding on November 15th. And finally, the custodial department, being down to 4 staff members, this crew has done an outstanding job of keeping up with the cleaning in all of the buildings. We had some early issues with some cleaning at the HHS building, and both the Rock Springs and Green River crews came together to remedy this situation promptly. Mr. Chairman, that is all I have, and I would stand for questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. I just wanted to take a moment to applaud you for your efforts on securing the the bonding and all the documents that go along with the specific purpose tax. That is a huge task to sort through. And I was on some of those emails with you, and a lot of that verbiage that's used on bonding and taxation and legalities is just impossible to understand. So I think there's a lot that goes into that the average person has no idea how complex and involved that is. So I appreciate you stepping up and taking that on. I know we've applauded you in the past, but that's a very crucially important aspect of the tax. Everyone thinks it just passes and the money starts rolling in, but it's a lot more complicated than that. So I certainly appreciate everything you've done there to move that along and get us finally rolling. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Commissioner Slaughter or comments? If not, Commissioner Tillman, you have 30 seconds.
Thanks, bye. Oh, boy. Well, thanks, Commissioner Slaughter. We all do very much appreciate all the work you put into the specific purpose tax process. And I know it's become a full-time job for you, but we want you to know that we appreciate it very much. My report, I went to Rollins BLM October 17th for the Resource Advisory Council that had met for the first time in 7 years. So if I have to give a compliment to this administration, they are getting a Resource Advisory Council in place. They're still seeking some members. But Craig Rude, Josh Corsi, and I sit on that board. We received regional reports from the districts around the state from BLM, and there are good things happening. The second day, we attended a Muddy Creek tour. It's one of 2 projects that received infrastructure money to do improvements, $10 million projects. October 25th, I attended the Coalition of Local Governments. Daggett County has joined, which will help us with our due structure. And I am pressuring, I will be talking to Carbon County, but I've also talked to Sublette County and said, if you don't want to join the coalition to help us in the fight with the RMP, then make a donation to it because we need match money for the governor's federal natural resource policy account. So they asked for a letter, but I think we'll try to get the letter to come from the CLG. But I just want to make you aware of that. I think we fought the battles for them in that CLG membership for 20 years on the Pinedale Resource Management Plan, on the Rollins Resource Management Plan, the visual resource. We challenged it and won. So I think it's time for help. Sage-Grouse Cooperator Zoom meeting, I attended that. Young at Heart Senior Center. They are showing improvements in their revenue and they are providing 100+ in-home services, caregiver rides, etc. But they're having an issue with Star Bus no longer running on Fridays. It creates a seniors issue for them wanting to attend lunches and events. So I don't know who's the liaison for Star Bus. Taylor? Maybe we need to have a discussion, talk to Les Mock or something. Their concern was that the bus route process started with the senior centers, then it became Star Bus, so then they've kind of lost control of it. And I know the issue is with finding CDL drivers, so they're resorting to vans and other kinds of vehicles. So I'll let you talk about that, I guess. I have urged Young at Heart to write comments on the BLM RMP, and I would urge all of our component units and other entities that we fund. I think I want to thank Divis and Planner Bingham for putting together some figures what would happen to our funding. If alternative B, the conservation alternative goes through, what would that do to our funding if there can be no new natural resource development in the county? So looking at it from if the county receives a 20 to 50% reduction in revenue, what will that do to our outside entities based on their services? So I told them to focus on different reductions in income that might come to the county and how it would affect their services, specifically specific types of services, number of customers you can serve, a number of meals you can serve, that type of thing. Met with school district number 2, the Rock Springs, regarding the Rock Springs BLM RMP, Superintendent Behringer and Chris Dean, the business manager, when I showed them the maps from the resource management plan that showed the reduction in mineral development for alternative B, they were amazed. And I've also shared Mr. Divis and Bingham's information on the revenue reductions. And so they said they will incorporate that into their comments for the BLM RMP. October 27th, I attended the Muley Fanatic Barbecue and BLM RMP discussion. I am pleased to see that they are no longer totally supporting alternative B for conservation. I think they're seeing the impacts of what it might do to their hunting and access and other issues. October 31st, attended the GOP trick or treat, served over 600 hot dogs, candy, and hot chocolate at the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce. But I want to thank Commissioner Richards and the GOP and Kelly's Convenience Center for donating the hot dogs, cocoa, and the candy and providing the setup. So thank you very much. And the hot dogs were delicious, and I don't even like hot dogs, so thank you. November 1st and 2nd, I went to Craig, Colorado, the back way. I went via Hiawatha and I came back via Irish Canyon. So I got to see a good portion of the county that I hadn't seen for a while. The grass looks great if the snow doesn't bury it like last year. So our wildlife should be in good shape if they can get enough grass before the snow buries it away. Hopefully it won't be as bad as last year. It was the Greater Green River Basin and Wind River Basin, carbon ore, rare earth, and critical minerals. It was their annual, second annual, I believe it was second annual forum. It was held at the with UW and the Northern Colorado Community College. It was hosted by Northern Colorado Community College, but Western Wyoming was there with their workforce people, as was the Department School of Energy from the university. The University of Wyoming, the School of Energy has received 2 major Department of Energy grants. One is to do a baseline appraisal of all the coal in the Powder River Basin and the Green River Basin, and that extends into Moffat County, Colorado. They have 3 mines there, one of which is already closed. They're also exploring new products for coal. They showed us a black brick that was made from coal, a lightweight brick. They're producing graphite for batteries instead of using lithium, and they're also finding that they can use the graphite to make strong concrete 27 times stronger. They can also form rebar from that graphite. But the problem is there's going to be a gap between when our coal mines may close and new companies can pick up this technology to run with it because of probably because of the cost and just getting it up and running. So the next focus of their grants in this workshop, they were asking us to help them see the gaps where they maybe need more information. The big discussion was, well, we need to see the economics of the new technologies and also of losing the old coal mines. The big word is social justice and economic justice in this administration. So they look at everything as how is it affecting the disadvantaged and low income. And if you don't have that in your grants, you don't receive any, you don't get the grant. So they're talking about ours in terms of they shut the coal mines down. If they don't have other jobs, that would be a definite economic disadvantage. The Trapper mine is already closed in Moffat County, one of their 3, and the owners of the mine have worked with their economic development to prepare a brochure promoting it as an industrial park. So I'm going to pass that around, and then if you're the liaison to economic development, you can keep that. So they are really trying to very actively find solutions. My comment at the end of the day is yes, but what are we doing with our current industries, with our current coal mines? That we're not ready to close them down. So who is promoting the fact that we need to keep them up and running and keep them in shape and provide the energy that the nation needs? And they said, oh, we do have a department that is working on that. And they gave me a letter. I talked to the director of the School of Energy, and she said, it's great to spend time with you today. I wanted to follow up on your comment that we need to focus on supporting current use of coal, oil, and gas. The director of the School of Energy Center for Energy Regulation and Policy Analysis, Kara Fornstrom, is copied here. As former chairman of Wyoming's PSC, Kara is an expert on electric reliability and will be launching a series of papers on this topic. I want to copy you so Kara knows to send it to you when the first paper is released. Also, she would be of Kara Trutka is the executive director of the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources. I would recommend that we try to get her to one of our meetings to talk about the projects that they have going, and also to hear from the Kara Fornstrom as to what they're doing with the current, promoting the current coal, oil, and gas. I met with my IT liaison, Tim Knight, and I can't even begin to share everything he's doing there. But he did provide updates. There will be a major bill bump next month on Microsoft 365 because they have to update almost 300 employees at a cost of $40 each on the Microsoft 360, moving to more cloud storage. And he has some other proposals he will be meeting with the commission about in December. He helped set up the Teams meeting for our federal partners meeting the first Friday of every month at 9 a.m. And most of the partners have confirmed that they will attend, either in person or on Zoom, the first Friday in December. I listened to part of the Southwest Manufacturing Group, their fourth workshop on workforce issues. They had a rousing group at the Holiday Inn, it sounded like, but on Zoom, it was kind of difficult to really participate a lot, but it was interesting. November 6th, yesterday, the Colorado River Advisory Group, the governor's group, met, and they're still focusing on trying to provide funding for irrigators not to irrigate. And to me, that is it's a dangerous direction to go, but they're still trying to tweak that process, pay irrigators not to irrigate the second season, maybe to save water. But I think if we don't use it, we lose it for Wyoming. So I think we had to be really careful about that. And I think that group is starting to realize that. Larry Hicks spoke out on that and says we have to be careful how we conserve the water. And upcoming meetings, emergency management tomorrow, airport board meeting tomorrow, our monthly WCCA Commission Association meeting. November 10th, the Big Sandy Health Clinic is having a casino night and fundraiser at the community center in Farson with the Sundowner Band. So I would invite all of you to come to Farson. Achievement night for 4-H is on November 17th at the events complex. That, Mr. Chairman, concludes my report, unless you want me to add some more.
No, that was longer than 30 seconds. Thanks, Commissioner. Any comments or questions for Commissioner Tillman?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
Mary, is the Little Snake River Conservation District a member of the CLG?
Yes,
They are.
they have been full time.
Is Sublette County's conservation district?
Yes,
Okay, so just Sublette County that
we have
you're
6
referring to.
conservation districts and 3 commissions at the time. In the past, we've had up to 6 county commissions in the coalition. We have 3 county commissions now and 6 conservation districts.
Any other comments, questions for Commissioner Tillman's report? Thanks, Commissioner. Lots of traveling for you. We appreciate your hard work. Commissioner Richards, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. Following our meeting on the 17th, I joined the Community Fine Arts Center for their board meeting at the Rock Springs Library. They discussed some upcoming events, the first of which was on the 23rd, when a 43-foot statue commemorating the driving of the Golden Spike in Promontory Point visited Rock Springs. Turnout for that was fantastic, with school children and more from around the county attending, and it was a great chance to learn a little bit about the history of the construction of the Intercontinental Railroad. Second thing they have going on right now is a traveling art exhibit called Grounded. That will be at the CFAC through December, featuring 15 Native American artists from 8 different tribes. This will be the last chance to see the exhibit in the United States for a while, since when it leaves Rock Springs, it'll be touring internationally. I did not make it to the October SEDC meeting on the 19th, but I do have some notes from the director. At the meeting, they heard an update from Monica Patton with Impact 307 about this year's Innovation Launchpad competition for Sweetwater County and the types of businesses they have working towards seed funding this year. The SEDC has formed a partnership with Western Wyoming Community College to bring on an intern for the SEDC's marketing and social media needs. Student has been selected to assist, and Kayla is finalizing that process. They're also working on surveying the top employers in Sweetwater County as part of the Business Retention and Expansion Program. Data they collect will help further the discussions toward development related to workforce development and recruitment needs for the future, and how the SEDC can assist more with the resources for our local businesses. Kayla was elected to a second 4-year term on the Wyoming Economic Development Association's Board of Directors, and was also elected as president of that board in October. So Sweetwater County is well represented at WIDA. Congratulations on your election, Kayla. On the 24th, I attended a fair board meeting. I won't go into too much detail since Candy is on our agenda in a few minutes to give us an update anyway, and I don't want to steal her thunder. But I do want to recognize the years of service that Dr. Paul Zancanella has given to the Sweetwater County Fair Board. His term ends at the end of this year, and he is retiring and moving on to better things. So I just want to offer him a huge thank you for all the work he's done there on behalf of the people of Sweetwater County. So thank you, Paul. I hope you and Vicki enjoy your well-earned retirement. On the 26th, I attended a barbecue put on by the Greater Little Mountain Coalition, where they discussed BLM's Rock Springs RMP. I'm a bit conflicted about the messaging. I think that Josh Corsi from Millie Fanatics and Joy Bannon from Wyoming Wildlife Federation were both pretty clear in their comments that they see the damage that alternative B will cause Sweetwater County, but I'm not convinced that representatives from their other member organizations feel the same way. Regardless, I appreciated the opportunity to attend and hear from them directly. I know everyone doesn't agree on everything, and I welcome a chance to hear opposing views. However, my position stays firm. Alternative B is a disaster for Sweetwater County and Wyoming, and I'm committed to fighting it every step of the way. I know we're going to have some more discussions on the RMP later on in the agenda, so I won't belabor the point. But I just want to reiterate to the public that is watching, everyone on this board is working hard to oppose Alternative B. I keep hearing a few loud voices out there that we need to be doing something. And I want to assure you that we are doing something. We've all received letters giving us lists of things we should be doing to combat this. And I want to also assure the public that we are already doing those things and more, and we will continue to make Sweetwater County's voice heard. Don't get me wrong, we love hearing from you, but productive discussion is a lot more valuable than pages of lists of demands. On a related note, the governor announced yesterday that the University of Wyoming's Ruckelshaus Institute, along with the UW College of Agriculture, Life Sciences, and Natural Resources, the UW School of Energy Resources, and the Wyoming County Commissioners Association are working together to host public meetings to be held in Rock Springs, Green River, and Farson on November 17th and 18th, where they will provide an overview of the NEPA Act, the RMP process, and how to submit comments to the BLM. That'll be followed by an interactive public workshop for the public to share their perspectives with a task force to be appointed by the governor. Meeting schedules can be found on the UW website, and I've provided the link to Sally, who will get it put up on her Facebook page so people can find that schedule. So thank you, Governor Gordon, for being a strong ally on this topic, and I encourage the public to attend these meetings and get educated on what we're dealing with and how to combat it. On the 31st, I attended the Sweetwater GOP's annual Grand Ole Halloween party, where we served 600 hot dogs, 30 gallons of hot chocolate, and nearly 1,000 candy bars to children and families in Rock Springs. That continues to be a great event and gets bigger and bigger every year. On November 2nd, I met with Candy Pendleton along with Chairman West and Public Works Director Gene Legursky about the roofing projects at the events complex. The bids on that came in significantly over estimates, and we put our heads together to come up with some ideas to problem solve the shortfall. Capital Committee has also been discussing it, and I believe Gene will be here at our next meeting with a proposal. So we'll talk about it more then. The Fair Board will also be meeting tomorrow night in a special meeting to address the bids. Is that right? Tomorrow night. On November 3rd, I attended the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce Rockstar Awards in the atrium at Western Wyoming Community College, where I had the honor of presenting the Best in Customer Service Award. I just want to point out that in my comments at the event, I did not throw either of my fellow presenting commissioners under the bus, though I did forget to bring my red and yellow cards and whistle so I could call foul when they threw me under the bus. But no, it was a great event, and congratulations to all the businesses that won their respective categories. I also want to congratulate Chad Banks on winning the Rockstar Award, and Bob Spicer for being recognized as a rock legend. We have a rock legend in our midst today. On the 4th, I attended the 27th Cowboys Against Cancer banquet and fundraiser. Cowboys Against Cancer has been raising money and providing grants to Sweetwater County cancer patients for 30 years now, and has provided $6 million in support to local families battling cancer. On Saturday, they raised another $400,000. As the primary caregiver of a cancer survivor and also someone who has lost friends and family to cancer, I can't tell you how important what they do is for our community. Another great job by Margaret and the 150 plus volunteers that made it possible. Thank you all for what you do. Looking forward, tomorrow I'll attend a planning and zoning meeting, as well as the monthly County Commissioners Association update and the special Fair Board meeting. On the 9th, the Sweetwater County Economic Development Coalition Advisory Board meets by Zoom. On the 14th, the Sweetwater County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative will meet. On the 17th, I'll head to Cody for the next Shooting Sports Task Force meeting. Their preliminary request for proposals should be available soon, and I assume they'll approve it at this meeting. So I'll be getting our own committee back together soon after so we can get to work putting together our preliminary proposal. Library Board should be meeting on the 20th, and then I'll see all of you back here again on the 21st. I think it's all I have for you today, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Richards' report or comments? Nice work, Commissioner. Busy 3 weeks for you. And Commissioner Jones, looks like you're bringing up the rear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Beauty of going last is you can say ditto on a fair amount of these, so that makes my report somewhat shorter. Would like to start out by encouraging everyone to get out and enjoy the wonderful weather we have here. It's the beginning of paradise, so. On October 18th, I attended the Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County Quality Committee meeting, discussed for subjects such as Medicare reimbursement rates, the reasons for those reimbursement rates, and how they fluctuate up and down and why. Also discussed was the value-based purchasing report, safety domain, and efficiency and cost reductions. So there was a lot of information in there. A lot of time was spent discussing inpatient quality reporting, which is mandated by Medicare. Patient satisfaction scores are up 4%. And the time from being admitted to the ER to departure time from the ER has been cut in half. So that's been a huge step in the right direction. There's also a patient experience committee at MHSC, and that committee was also discussed. On October 18th, I attended the museum board meeting. Most of the discussion revolved around the finances, investing money, as well as the workbooks they continue to work with both school districts on. On October 19th, I did miss the Joint Powers Transportation Board meeting as I was traveling back from Salt Lake. And I didn't get back until about 6 o'clock. However, I did make it back in time for the same GOP meeting that was mentioned earlier about the BLM RMP. Think it was a good meeting. Think it was good information. Helped people understand what was out there and what they needed to do. So hopefully that was a valuable. Definitely need to have more meetings, not necessarily just the GOP, but definitely need to have more meetings to help people turn in substantive comments. I know myself and Senator Jones, and there may be others involved, are going to tentatively have a meeting the week after Thanksgiving at Senator Jones' office to do this, basically the same thing, but we're actually going to try and have comments put in that night. So just need to continue to beat that drum and make sure we have good quality comments turned in from the public. On October 24th, I spent the day attending our required public officer training. It was a whole day, and I'll just leave it at that. On October 25th, attended the Memorial Hospital Sweetwater County Finance Committee meeting. Presentation was given from Clifton Larson Allen on how to improve the revenue cycle. I mentioned in earlier commission meetings, things seem to have bottomed out as far as the negative impacts of COVID to the bottom line at the hospital. And they're now starting to show positive bottom line for the past 3 months in a row. I think by all accounts, our hospital is ahead of comparable hospitals in the area. So they're doing an awesome job up there and really getting things turned around and going in the right direction. On October 26th, I attended a meeting regarding the BLM RMP. I'm still a little frustrated to hear people spreading misinformation. When folks say things like the RMP doesn't eliminate or reduce oil and gas, the document specifically says that it will reduce by 74% the production of oil and gas in Sweetwater County, or in the RMP, I should say. So please understand that this is a very negative impact to not only our recreation in Sweetwater County, but also our revenue. 74% is a huge number. And when you factor in the right-of-way maps, the Raptors, the ACECs, you start to factor in everything. The view shed, it will likely eliminate oil and gas in the future. So completely devastating on that. Also, there's some discussion still going around about how the RMP will not limit or restrict recreation and access to public lands. It absolutely will. There is no question about it. There's a paragraph in the document that details the number of miles that will be eliminated from public access. BLM says they're going to remove that paragraph. That's all fine and dandy. All that really means is that language is already in place, so it will come out later. So if it's removed from the RMP, that's fine. but it's in there today. So people need to understand that the BLM has stated repeatedly to myself and others that the roads that will be open will be roads that they put a blade to. So if you travel on any road that does not see a blade, it will be closed according to the BLM. So please understand that it's very important. And if you hunt, fish, just go out and enjoy the country. It's going to be drastically reduced. On October 30th, I had a conversation with Next Energy regarding wind energy in Sweetwater County. It was an introductory meeting, so there's very little information. On to October 31st, I was also at the Rock Springs Chamber helping the GOP hand out candy and well, I didn't do the hot dogs, just the candy to hundreds of trick-or-treaters. It was a great night. And again, thank you to Commissioner Richards and everybody at the Kelly's Convenience Center family for their donations. That event doesn't take place without them. On November 2nd, I also attended the enterprise meeting that's been reviewed, so I'll stop. On November 3rd, attended via Zoom the Wyoming State Trails Advisory Council meeting. I currently chair that council, but due to a medical appointment, I couldn't attend in person. That, for anybody who doesn't know, that council meets twice a year to hear from both motorized, which is basically the Wyoming State Trails, and also non-motorized side, which is more under the Office of Outdoor Recreation. But that council is comprised of people from all over the state representing all trail users. It's a great council, great group of people. They get along very well and work well together for all users. On November 4th, I also attended Cowboys Against Cancer. A great evening, as was mentioned before. I continue to have a variety of calls, texts, and emails regarding the BLM RMP. I am setting up different meetings with folks that I work with in my professional life and their employees to try and help them understand the comment process and how to make a comment. As mentioned, the governor announced a task force that Laramie UW is putting together. I don't yet know who all of the members are that will be selected for that. I would certainly hope that it's heavily weighted with Sweetwater County people. We are the ones most affected by this, so I would assume that would be the case. But I have reached out to the governor's office and also the Wyoming County Commissioners Association as they're all working on this. But I want to try and find out who the members of this task force are and hopefully help put Sweetwater County residents on there. To point on the Starbus shortage, yes, there is a shortage of drivers. With the new rules that are in place to obtain a CDL, it's very difficult, very lengthy time process and extremely expensive. So they are short people. They are trying to hire people. They are trying to figure out a way to put the money together to train. So you have to send them to a 3-week course. You have to pay for the course. You have to pay for the person to be there. It's a very expensive process now. I deal with it in my professional life. I'm not impressed with at all with the process and what we're having to work with. It seems like there's a whole lot of money being made by people that didn't used to make money. So that's about the only thing I've really seen that it's accomplished. So yes, it is a concern. They are working on it and trying to find a way to improve staffing levels. And I would stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any comments or questions for Commissioner Jones? If not, that'll conclude the commissioner comments and reports. Job well done, commissioners. Busy 3 weeks like always on that. With that, since we are kind of running behind, we will go ahead and move right into tab B, which is the action and presentation items portion of the agenda. First up today under tab B1 is the Sweetwater Events Complex Summer Events Recap. With us this morning is Candy Pendleton, the Executive Director for Sweetwater Events Complex, and it looks like Mr. Bob Spicer, the rock legend, has joined her as well. So good morning to you both.
Good morning. My hat's off to all of you. You are busy people, and I appreciate the time and effort you're putting in and the support you give to the events complex and everybody else in the county. So I think it just takes one meeting to sit here and listen to the meetings you all attend to appreciate what you do for us. So thank you very much for that. It's the summer events recap, which I think is perfect for today because we have obviously moved from summer. Commissioner Jones is the only one that I know that's happy about that. So I'm gonna relive summer for a minute and tell you about the great things that happened at the events complex. So real quick, one of the things most of you attended, all of you, I think, helped attend the master planning session that we did right after fair this year. So we're in the midst of working on that. One of the things that came up several times during that master planning was, what do you see the events complex doing and being for the future? So what's the mission? So our current mission, if you want to think about this moving forward and whether this fits with what we all have in mind, is to provide and manage a wide range of quality year-round recreational facilities, services, and programs which enhance the quality of life and economic opportunities for the residents, businesses, and visitors of Sweetwater County. It is a mouthful, but I do think that's how we're striving to move forward and what we strive to do. If that still fits with everybody's vision, I think that's something that will work into the, what the master plan looks like and what we do to make improvements out there. And our vision is to ensure a vibrant, well-maintained facility that offers space for social interaction, embracing change, celebrating people, and enjoying life. And it's really just the coolest place to work. We have the best events out there. And you guys mentioned several of them tonight when you were talking about it. Cowboys Against Cancer just happened out there. Just things like that are humbling and fantastic. And we appreciate that they have them there. And we're glad that we have a place to host those. We do have some guiding principles we work for, and I know you all are on a schedule today, so I'm not going to go through these individually, but you did get this in your packet. But we do always try to do what's best for Sweetwater County and the public. We try to keep the county's facilities, they're owned by the taxpayers. We try to keep the facilities up and running and in great shape. We support local. We make sure people enjoy Sweetwater County when they get here. It's all very important. So this doesn't look as impressive as I think it should because it was a busy summer, but we had 4 really large events this summer on top of the smaller and statewide events that we host. But the 4 big events that had an economic impact on Sweetwater County were is not right. Sorry, that should say the Airstream Rally, the Fair, Royal Crown, and Sweetwater Downs. So we had the 66th annual Airstream Club Rally. I know most of you came out to attend it. It was the biggest RV rally that we've hosted and something that we certainly think we can continue to host and have on site. They had just short of 1,200 units on site there, and they really took advantage of Sweetwater County. So we had some conversations yesterday that of all the rallies that we've had, they really were the ones that got out to explore Sweetwater County because they're all in trucks, right? So they could go anywhere they wanted to, and they did. So I think of everything that we did with this rally, what we really did was introduce people to a new place that maybe they hadn't been before. And that's awesome. It's really cool. We had the best letter come in actually from people from Lander that sent a letter to the Fair Board and talked about how they come down to get their Toyota fixed at the dealership, but they would have lunch and then they would leave. They had no idea what Sweetwater County and Rock Springs had to offer. And so they just ranted and raved about how great things were. And they went back to Lander and Fremont County and told them what they're missing. So I think it's interesting that we're even getting people that are inside the state to really recognize what we have. Couple of aerial shots. So just so you can appreciate the campgrounds and how full they were. So those are both campgrounds, lots of great drone footage. Airstream people are very techie, so they got to send us lots of cool stuff. And then we had a couple of facilities that you helped build and Mr. Spicer helped build that sort of saw their grand opening during the Airstream Rally. So the Spicer Pavilion had its first big events out there. They had a Vine and Grains that's pictured in this picture, but they used it for lots of different events. And then one of the capital improvements last year was Borstas Park, which is a park that's down on the lower end of the property in one of our campgrounds. And it was utilized very well. So this is the fire pit down in Borstas, and every night there would be hundreds of people down there enjoying the fire pit and Sweetwater County. And it's nice and dark down there because we don't have any street lights. And so they also did some stargazing while they were there. So to get to the numbers, the big number that's going to jump right out at you is that $2.2 million plus was spent in Sweetwater County during the time that the Airstream folks were here. That's money that was brought into our community that would not have been here without that rally. So those folks started coming into Sweetwater County on June 24th, and they stuck around through about the middle of July. And the interesting thing is we also saw them come back through. So a lot of them left here and then they went to Teton or, you know, all those other places that we send them on the way, and then they had to travel back through. So we saw them again about the 1st of August. They were coming back through to enjoy our area. So that was nice. 1,192 units, 9,433 nights that they spent in Sweetwater County, 959 days that they took advantage of sticking around for stay and play, 47 states and 5 Canadian provinces. So $2.2 million. That number, the $213 per party number, comes from the Wyoming Office of Tourism. That's their Dean Runyon study that says how much people spend when they're traveling. If you travel, I completely believe that number. So in addition to the money that they brought in and spent in Sweetwater County, this was a group that really wanted to give back to the community. So they donated 126 pints of blood while they were here, collected 150 pounds of aluminum tabs, donated more than 33,000 diapers to the United Way of Sweetwater County. They actually stuffed an Airstream full of diapers, and it was literally stuffed in every nook and cranny that you could see in there. That was their goal. So 33,000 diapers, and they donated $12,000 to the United Way in cash. So they really do come in and make such a big impact in lots of ways. And I think the businesses really saw that they were out and supporting people, and it was nice to see. The fair, it was a great success. We love the fair. Obviously, Wyoming's big show, Sweetwater County Fair. It's the culmination of summer for us, and we hope that the community enjoys it as well. So 4-H and FFA activities were big. The carnival and concerts and fireworks are always a big hit. So about $3.6 million spent in Sweetwater County during the fair. I know a lot of times when we talk about tourism, we talk about heads in beds and what that means when we bring people into the county. But I always argue that it's also good if we can keep the people in our county and keep them spending the money locally rather than taking that money and going to Utah or Denver or somewhere else to recreate. So I think that's a positive impact for us. So you can see how that's broken down by resident and visitor spending. The livestock auction was very successful. The businesses in Sweetwater County always come together to support that. And 19% of the attendees were from out of county. We did try to get Sweetwater County. We love the new logo, by the way. I don't know how many years you guys all worked on a logo for the county, but we did try to get some recognition for the county and where the money comes from. So just if you didn't notice, we had a couple of banners created with the Sweetwater County logo that were on all the gates as people came in, so that people would understand that, you know, it's their tax dollars that are supporting it. It's you all funding the events that happen out there that support it. And we wanted to make sure that people recognize that. So a big thanks to Sweetwater County for all they do. And that includes everybody that's part of the county. This is just a map of where our ticket sales came through, but I think it's really interesting to show. Obviously, Rock Springs, Green River, and Manila, McKinnon are our big areas because that's Sweetwater and Daggett counties. But if you look where else we're reaching, you know, we're reaching clear up into 4 or 5 other states pretty regularly. Those people are coming to Sweetwater County to enjoy the fair. We all hear the negative, right? It's easy for people to tell us the negative stuff about what happens. So one of the things we hear all the time is that the fair doesn't have any local vendors. We don't have any local food people out there, that we've pushed all of those people out. So I wanted to address that a little bit. So 62% of the vendors that were at the county fair this year were local vendors. And I think they all enjoy the benefits of being out there and they get supported really well. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that that was the case. We were completely sold out on vendor spaces. We were trying to find places to stick people because it's become popular enough and the prices are affordable enough that everybody wants to be a part of that. So that's interesting. We gave out 5,500 free kids tickets this year. Huge success. Wednesday for Kids Day was fantastic. McDonald's has been part of that for years. I met with them yesterday. We're going to continue that tradition next year. So we're going to keep giving out those kids tickets to any kids under 12 in Sweetwater County. We'll get free kids tickets again next year. The petting zoo was huge. We're going to expand that next year. And then the fireworks, if you were out there, we moved the fireworks location to directly behind the stage, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Royal Crown event is one of the smaller events as far as the economic impact goes, but this is definitely an event that we can see that's going to grow. So it expanded from 7 to 10 days last year. They're looking at expanding to 14 days this year. Huge horse event. So the day after fair, we have about 1,500 horses that move in onto the grounds, and trainers and people from across the country. And they pay out millions of dollars in that event. I think just over $2 million in cash payout during this barrel race and team roping event. And again, they're staying on the grounds. They're here. They're looking for stuff to do. If you've ever been to a team roping or barrel racing, it lasts like 15 seconds. So then they have the whole rest of the day to do whatever they want to. Just an interesting fact, and you can read the stalls rented and the trailers and all those sort of things. So about $500,000 spent in Sweetwater County. We had 3 tractor drivers that worked the event to keep that ground in good shape. Those 3 tractor drivers were in the tractors for 394 hours in that amount of time. So they live there. We take them food once in a while. We have a porta potty out back, literally, so they can run out the door to the porta potty, and we try to keep them hydrated and fed in those tractors, but they do spend a lot of time in there. And we just have great staff, and I tell you that every time I'm here. Sweetwater Downs horse racing was a big success. Again, we continue to see horse racing grow in Sweetwater County. The money that's being generated for horse racing goes back to the Wyoming breeding program and certainly comes back to our communities. And we're seeing that grow and grow every year. So the historic horse racing revenues this year on track for about a 23% increase. So on track for $2.4 million for 2023, and that's directly back to the cities and the counties. So that money comes in 2 installments. It's January to June, and we typically get the money in August or September, and then July to December, get the money in February or March. So that first round of money you can see on there was substantially larger, and what the expectations are supposed to be. But that's been a really nice boost for all of us. And if you remember, about 30% of that money that's generated through the county has been given back to the events complex to do the improvements at the grandstands, which we appreciate. I think that number is just going to keep growing. You're aware because you approved it. There's another company in Rock Springs that's now started historic horse racing. So I think we'll just see that number continue to grow. We continue to do improvements down at the grandstands. We did a huge upgrade to the horse stalls with that money this year. We've purchased a metal building to do a race office for them. We upgraded all of the lighting in the grandstands to LED lights. So anytime you walk into the grandstands where the PMS rooms are and the restrooms at the concession, the lights have all been updated down there. We added some safety features with walkways on the stairwells. We had some engineering done to make sure that everything's still sturdy and safe. That's been there a long time. So we wanted to make sure that we were all in good shape. So we are using that money wisely. And we think people are going to notice when they come out for rodeos, Red Desert Rodeo, National High School Finals Rodeo, all those things. We think they'll notice the differences. So for this year, I know you've seen this proposed floor plan because it's been a couple of years in the making, but the floor plan and plans have been sent to the city of Rock Springs for approval. So we should be breaking ground on this race office here in the next couple of months. So that is our big push this year, and to improve concessions and restroom and those public areas of the grandstands is really what we'd like to spend the majority of our money on, so people can really see what they're investing in. And that hopefully will all be done by June 30th. So of those 4 events, horse racing, the rally, the fair, we $8,700,000 brought into Sweetwater County. So $8.7 million just from those 4 events. So going back to that mission, I think those are the things that you can see that make a big impact on us and things that we probably need to keep moving forward. We always try to balance public use and the use for national events, but I think it's a good balance because events like these bring in the money. They help us do improvements at the facility while keeping the rent and things low for the users here in Sweetwater County. We're really happy about that. Master planning is still going on. Just for a quick update, like I said, I know most of you participated in that. We're hoping for a second meeting coming up the end of November, and we will certainly keep you updated on that. But we are still continuing to work on that master plan. And next summer will be busier than ever. So we have the Wyoming State High School Finals coming in June. National High School Finals will be back for 2024 and 2025. They're expecting about 1,800 contestants there. Red Desert Roundup Rodeo is always big. It's been huge and in Sweetwater County for generations. Escapees RV Rally is returning. Been here once before. Royal Crown Big Show and Sweetwater Downs. So no vacations for our staff from about the 1st of May through the end of August. One other quick thing, and the capital project, a couple of the commissioners mentioned that we had went out to bid on our roofing project and it came in over budget, but we're working through that process. But I will say, I think maybe the last time I stood up here, I spoke against the changes to the capital plan and how that was going to work, and that you all were going to keep the funding here in-house and we would voucher for that money to come back. And I was concerned about the turnaround. And I was wrong. I will tell you that works fine. We're doing fine with all of that. We have submitted several vouchers. Takes 4 or 5 days to get the money back. So my concerns were unwarranted and that seems to be working fine. So I just wanted to pass that along to you. And thank you again for your support. Bob Spicer, who's our chairman, is a fantastic chairman for our board. And as you guys have mentioned, just a great community member. So he continues to lead the Fair Board and we'll keep doing great things. Any questions?
Thanks, Candy. We appreciate all that you do out there. There's a lot going on always, but we certainly value the relationship. I can tell you it's very much appreciated to work together. And even when, there's concerns about some of the things that we may be changing up here, you always have a willingness to work together and do what's best. So from my personal perspective, I just can't tell you how much I appreciate that. It sure makes handling business a lot easier to focus on, the greater good that we can provide. So thanks for all that you do and for your leadership as well, Mr. Spicer. Any comments or questions for Candy, commissioners?
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Richards?
Echo that. Thank you very much. I feel bad and I keep apologizing to my fellow commissioners because it seems like all my liaison assignments are easy. And it's because I work with directors like you and boards like the Fair Board that I get off so easy. Because thank you for doing the work you do and doing it so well. Thank you.
Any other comments?
It's going to get repetitive, but you guys do an awesome job. It's pretty amazing what all you pull off out there. So especially with the difficulty in finding people to work. So very impressive.
I'll take repetitive any day, by the way. You can just keep right on going.
I'll just say ditto then.
Thank you.
Well, enjoy some time off. Now that winter's here and summer's over, you guys get to relax a little bit.
Winter's here.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks very much. All right, commissioners, the next on the agenda is a break. Let's take about 10 minutes. We'll resume back right about 10:40 if that works for you all. All right, welcome back. We're out of break. Where we left off was tab B, item number 3. With us this morning is Sean Yancey and Todd Graham to discuss the sublet Pronghorn Migration Corridor and to provide an update and inform Sweetwater County Commission on Wyoming Game and Fish Department's intentions to pursue identification and designation of a migration corridor. So at this time, I'd invite Sean or Todd up, and good morning.
Morning, Chairman West, members of the commission. Appreciate you having me here to update the commission. So in regards to what I'm going to be talking about today is the sublet antelope pronghorn migration corridor designation process and where we're at as an agency in that regard. Currently, we have begun the process. We've got to go ahead from our leadership to pursue designation of this corridor. And what that entails is, at least the process where we're at right now, is reaching out to stakeholders such as Sweetwater County. That's why I'm here today to chat with you guys about this process. And so where we're at right now is we've evaluated and compiled all the data and compiled this threat analysis, which you guys should have in your packet. And that is what we are currently taking public comment on. The threat analysis itself, as well as the analysis, which is designated by the maps in the analysis, the threat analysis. So that's where we're at right now. As far as the process, we're taking in stakeholder input currently. There was an official announcement last week from the department to kick off the process. We're taking public input till January 5th on the threat analysis, which you guys have. So kind of to outline the process, the department has reviewed the data and drafts the corridor. We draft the threat analysis, and now we are currently at the process of taking stakeholder input on that evaluation. Once we get through that, we will finalize that threat evaluation. Then we take that input and put it, basically put it into a final draft that goes to the commission, our Game and Fish Commission, upon which comes the point where the commission can say, we identify the corridor, but do not want to pursue designation, or they can pursue designation, which opens up a more detailed risk and opportunity assessment. The governor would convene a local working group, and everybody would get together, and it's a more detailed process upon which the designation would then circle back to the commission, given all the stakeholder input on the risk and opportunity assessment. Then ultimately it would wind up on the governor's desk for potential designation based off the recommendations of the commission, the local working group, and various stakeholders. So at this point in the process, we're just talking about the threat analysis and taking public input on that. Kind of how we got to this point. Well, let me back up. So part of this, we will have public meetings across the sublet, I guess, footprint, which it spans 5 counties. We're doing a public meeting in Pinedale, Green River, and Jackson. The one in Green River is November 29th here at the college at 6 p.m. So if anybody wants to come to that and attend, we'll have people that are more like ingrained in the process, such as our migration coordinator. Some of the experts on migration will be available there to talk to. So kind of how we got to this process. We've been collecting data on this herd as far back as 20 years. For the designation process of a corridor, it requires 3 years of collar data, which we far exceed that. This is one of the most, I guess, studied herds in the country as far as having the data set that we have. So we have deployed 600 GPS collars on individual pronghorn within the herd in that time frame. So 411 animals were deemed to have sufficient frequencies to be analyzed within this analysis. based off that, so of that 600, only 411 were deemed migratory. So they have a distinct summer and winter range and a path that connects those two. Some of the other animals and individuals that had fixed with collars were essentially thrown out because they were nomadic. They did not show basically a distinct migration path from seasonal ranges. So those were excluded, which in the map, you can kind of see there's a whole northeast of Rock Springs, and that's because that herd segment is pretty they just wander. They don't have distinct movements. And so that's what this process is, to protect those distinct movements. So with the data we have, field managers believe basically having such a robust data set that we believe what we see essentially in the data. And therefore we feel comfortable pursuing the corridor designation. Kind of where we're at as a population, as you know, last winter was pretty rough on pronghorn and deer alike. We did an abundance estimate of the population in 2021, and we're roughly around 40 to 43,000 animals. We just completed another one after this winter, and we've lost roughly half the herd, so 22 to 23,000. So there's even a heightened sense of importance potentially on preserving some of these important routes that this herd needs. The analysis. So some of you might be familiar with how we've done some deer herds in the past, such as sublet mule deer, bags mule deer. The analysis we used for those deer herds, we found wasn't necessarily appropriate for pronghorn. Essentially, it's a complex statistical algorithm that connects points and basically the time and distance between those 2 points. And what we found with pronghorn is it greatly exaggerated the corridor. So we had some peer-reviewed scientific literature done on some different methodology that essentially shrank the footprint that we thought was more acceptable and wasn't quite like, as some people said, you could see previously on the previous method, you could see the corridor from space. So we tried to find a method that would kind of narrow it down. And it's been peer-reviewed and accepted within the scientific community. And that's the method, the new method that we're using now and employing on sublet pronghorn. Some information in regards to the executive order out of the governor's office is this EO does not extend to private land or grazing permits on federal land. So it does not affect those. Valid and existing rights, so pre-existing permits or NEPA decisions are not affected by this EO. This EO does encourage private landowners to implement conservation actions. By doing that, we can prioritize funding in the corridor. And, such as fence modifications, cheatgrass work. So it heightens the priority for us to focus money in that extent. Something you may have noticed when the maps, Sweetwater County is all low to medium use. And if you look in the EO projects that potentially have a nexus to a state permit, would I guess be required to consult Game and Fish and allow us to provide recommendations, but ultimately in low and medium use and low and medium use stopovers, there's no regulatory authority. It's basically at the discretion of the proponent to enact any of those recommendations. So with that, I'll take any questions you guys may have.
Thanks, Sean. So help me understand, once it goes through these different processes, let's say it gets designated, what then occurs after that takes place?
Essentially, it's just a designated recognized corridor. It is recognized within the executive order. But again, there'd be some, it would have a bigger impact on places such as that are high use. If you look at the map, you can see kind of those areas where essentially 20% of the population uses that distinct area. If there's a state permit applied to that on, say, state land, we would provide recommendations as far as to keep the functionality of the corridor in place. So it would essentially one, loop us in to provide recommendations, and two, the benefit to it is it would help us prioritize and allocate funding to conservation projects. But as far as what it does, it essentially puts those basically on a map within the EO to where we can kind of implement conservation money as well as provide recommendations on keeping the functionality of the corridor in place.
Okay, and you're talking just for pronghorn on this particular, right? Is there already a mule deer? Isn't there?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
okay. Very interesting. Questions, comments, commissioners?
Yes.
Commissioner Tillman, I figured.
Boy, I don't get a pass for anything, do I? I served on the mule deer one. But I see the map for the Sublette mule deer. How much overlap is that? Why do you have to have a separate corridor when it's so much similar?
Commissioner Toman, Chairman West, they do overlap for sure. I think there's definitely different biological needs and movement requirements for the different species and different herds. As far as the overlap, I'm not sure of what the exact overlap is. But I do know there's a percentage of the corridors that do overlap.
Well, my concern is, you see the BLM RMP, we try to do something voluntary with the state and then we get penalized because they go in and lock it up and do something different with it that restricts our use, restricts our development and everything else. So, I mean, we have to be careful. We start designating everything, pretty soon we don't have anything to live off of. Yeah. So that would be my comment, my concern.
Commissioner Toman, Chairman West, just to elaborate on that a little bit. The way we view this is obviously it's a separate process from the BLM. It's a state process. We tried to separate from that. It's unfortunate kind of the timing of all this. But the department has come out and been unsupportive of the ACEC designation of the Sublette mule deer corridor within the RMP.
One last comment and then somebody else can talk. I just would hope that you'd be more proactive about when there are damages or fences or whatever is coming down 372 last winter, and the railroad fence, right-of-way fence was cut in 20, 30 places, and the mule deer went under that underpass with the railroad. And the game and fish was not very responsive. It's not that you said it wasn't their responsibility to help repair that, whoever did that. So I think you need to be proactive. You also have a fence movement on Highway 28 east of Farson. You lower that section of fence so many miles through there. I know YDOT is supposed to put it back up, but it's not very proactive about putting it back up. So I hope that you're not just putting maps on it, that you're actually out there managing and getting along with the other users. That's a big concern.
Yeah, Commissioner Toman, Chairman West. I'll just say, I'll take that back to our folks and see if we can get some more stringent compliance on potentially the lowering of the fences and such.
We need a work crew as well as to follow up with these things.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Any other comments? Commissioner Jones?
Mr. Chairman, so the data that you put together here, it ends at I-80, I take it? I just want to make sure I understood that right.
Yes, Commissioner Jones. The herd segment, it's a huge herd, but the herd unit is basically, for the southern boundary of it is I-80, and there's little to no movement across I-80, so that is a barrier for them. They kind of winter, as you saw this year, the ones that did survive, they kind of pushed down on I-80. And that's where they wintered this year. So
do they need to cross I-80? I guess that's kind of the point I'm getting at. Are they prevented from?
Commissioner Jones, Chairman West, I think they probably would if they had the means to get across. I think as it was shown last winter, areas such as from basically Granger to Green River, North Baxter Basin, east of Rock Springs, if they were able to get there, they seem to winter okay. So I think they would probably keep pushing further south if they had the means, but what we saw this year is it was good that they were able to get where they got to.
Need more crossings then, that's what.
I'm surprised to hear that, you lost half the herd. I would have expected more, I gotta be honest, just because of some of those different areas that seemed like there was nowhere else for them to go. I mean, you travel from here to Pinedale and it was just 10, 12, 15 on the side of the highway. I mean, it's just a massacre.
Yeah, Chairman West. Yeah, it was, the winter not only had an effect on them, we had a disease outbreak in Bovis that went through, a good significant portion of the herd. The herd north of, 28, basically in the Pinedale region, really got hit hard. Interestingly enough, so we did this population abundance analysis by hunt area. So we were able to break it down. What we saw actually was hunt area 92, which is that hunt area east and northeast of Rock Springs, actually increased just slightly from the previous abundance. And what we think is the animals were trying to get to that area to winter, and they essentially did. Not all of them, obviously, but if they did, they survived fairly well. But the pronghorn, essentially north of 28, really got hit harder, more so than the southern segment of the population.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tillman.
I do have one more question. Where are you at with the herd levels though? Because they were way over levels on deer and antelope. So after the winter losses, where are you at as a percent of what your management levels should be?
Yeah, Commissioner Tillman, Chairman West, without those numbers right in front of me, I can be approximate. But prior to the winter, we were within our objective on sublet, antelope, slightly under actually the line. But we were within objective, which I believe is 10% on either side of that number. We were within objective. Now we are roughly 55% of the objective. So basically cut in half. So I guess going forward, I guess it's safe to assume our management strategy would be somewhat conservative to help the pronghorn rebound to our objective levels.
Comments, questions, commissioners? Well, Sean, thanks for coming over. We'll continue to kind of sort through this. It's a lot of information and maps. Sounds like, was it the 29th? You guys are having a meeting?
Yeah.
Is that here?
It's at the college in Green River. Yeah. And then also if you have any, if you want to provide written comments, those need to be sent to the Pinedale Game and Fish office, excuse me. But if there's any more engagement you need from me or anybody else, feel free to reach out, over, come stop by the office or email or anything. So.
Okay. Very good. Well, thanks for bringing this to our attention and getting on the agenda to keep us informed as to what you guys have on your plate, and we'll continue to dissect it.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Moving right along, commissioners, under tab B, we've got item number 4, discussion with the City of Rock Springs in regards to renting the 430 Blair Avenue. With us this morning is Public Works Director Gene Legursky and the City of Rock Springs Fire Chief Jim Walmsley. Morning, Gene.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. I promise you that I won't mess up as bad as I did last time because I actually numbered my agenda items. So hopefully we can keep straight this time. What you have before you is, as you know, we've been discussing this with the City of Rock Springs about our fleet fire building down at 430 Blair. Unfortunately, the night oil tool building is getting pushed off further and further just from design delays and stuff like that. We're hoping to have it out in January to bid. So hopefully sometime next year at this time we'll be moving in. The City of Rock Springs approached me with a need that they have for storage of some vehicles in there. And I'll let Chief Walmsley explain that, but he can get up. I think this can be handled with a very simple, facility use agreement or something like that. But he has some more information that he wants to share with you guys on that, kind of what types and everything.
Thanks, Chief. Morning, Chief.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. So I approached my mayor first after we had spoken with the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security regarding using some of those state Homeland Security preparedness funds to purchase or rent, we can't purchase, but to rent some space. Then I spoke, as you alluded to in your earlier comments, your commissioner comments, regarding us being able to rent the portion that formerly housed the Sweetwater County Fire Department so that we could store our regional response team equipment there. We've got 2 trailers. One of them has an extensive amount of hazardous materials detection, monitoring, and personal protective equipment in it. The other one has quite a bit of structural collapse and rescue type equipment. As I alluded to in previous conversations, we don't really have much space left. We recently took delivery of a new fire apparatus, and that pretty much tapped us out. When I spoke with Gene, he indicated that this is the type of an agreement that the county has entered into with other entities. And we discussed a price, and we figured that a $600 prorated share of the utilities per month would be acceptable to both parties. So other than that, I'd stand for any questions anyone might have.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, we did have the opportunity to meet in Jim's office, and I think I've spoke to most of you about it, but is there any questions regarding this facility or rental use?
If Mr. Legursky thinks it's good, I think it's good.
Any concerns on your end, Gene?
No, I think it's a fair deal for everyone. It's an underutilized space for us. Like I said, hopefully the city of Rock Springs will move into it sooner rather than later. I would just like to handle it with a simple facility use agreement, if that's okay with John, and we'll put the dollar amount on it. Previous commissions have allowed me to sign the facility use agreement because we do these all the time for parks and stuff like that on a short-term thing. If that's okay with you guys, I'd continue on. If not, I'd bring it back in the next meeting in November.
Oh, that's good with me. I think it's pretty straightforward. So is everyone comfortable with that?
I would make a motion if you need a motion to authorize Gene to sign a simple facilities use agreement with the fire department,
City of Rock Springs.
City of Rock Springs.
You have a motion to proceed forward with allowing our Public Works Director to authorize a facility use agreement with the City of Rock Springs for the facility at 430 Blair by Commissioner Toman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, this will also be on the city council agenda for this evening, so hope to have that back to you soon.
Hopefully they'll approve. Up next under tab B is item number 5. We've got an agreement between All West and Sweetwater County for fiber construction deviations in the Farson Eden area, and we'll hand it back over to Gene.
So a little bit of a background story on this. We issued a ton of permits in the Farson Eden area. Basically, All West received a federal grant to bring rural high-speed internet to those communities. It actually starts just south of Stasnos Ranch Road and goes all the way up through Yellowstone 191 and then branches out in the Farson Eden area. During construction, the permits, we have a very strict depth guideline and where we want them to place it so it doesn't interfere with our maintenance capabilities, mowing, digging ditches, fixing culverts, doing all that stuff, because actually in our license that we have, it says that we will move their facilities at whatever cost if later on down the road, if we need to do that. So it's a very interesting thing. Typically when they're in your right of way, they move it. Our license actually says that. We're looking into it to find out if we can change that and bring that before you guys and do some other things, but that's one of those things. So we've been really strict on what depth and location. During construction, there was some deviations that were needed because CenturyLink was up there and CenturyLink kind of ran wherever they wanted to in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. So they were prohibited in where they could land. Some of the other things were just simple construction mistakes. I'll be completely honest with you. When they are plowing 5, they're supposed to be 5.5 foot deep there, and they're only 5, stuff like that. Is it a big concern? 6 inches? Yeah, it is. One of the reasons why is, typically we put an 18-inch culvert in. If you want to upsize to a 24-inch culvert, it's only 6 inches. Well, you're got to be a foot below the road for cover on that culvert. And typically we're a foot below that, we're already 48 inches deep. So we're right on top of that fiber. We're doing stuff like that. And analyzing all of this and getting the agreement, what this agreement basically does is if we run into problems in the future, the lines get cut because of we're doing something or we need them moved. All West and its subsidiaries will move that line for us. So it corrects the licensing language in there. We've done this one other time, in an emergency situation with another telecommunications company. I don't like doing it, to be honest with you, because it's a deviation. It's not, you know, when you drop specs and you drop stuff, that's what you do. But being around construction long enough, there is deviations that happen all the time. You know, does this cover all of them? As you can see, there's a ton of permits that were covered by this. They're still going through some of the other things, and they're actually, you know, lowering the lines, getting stuff moved in the right location, but in some of the areas they just can't. So this is a way to make sure that they can do what we need and the county's protected in the future, you know, by doing this and saying, hey, you know, I understand our license says this, however, because you guys deviated from that, you guys need to protect us and move it forward. So
these are for new,
fiber.
non-existing, okay.
Yeah,
I was under the
non-existing.
Impression that
No,
some of this was already done, but
well, it's already done. It's already done, but it's new fiber that's been laid since probably June, July.
okay.
So yeah, it's new services to the Farson Eden area.
Questions, comments on the agreement?
Doesn't have anything to do with this license, but it's very discouraging for the people of Farson, the way the broadband money is coming out. It's limiting, it's running up the highway, but it's only going 2 miles off the highway, so it's not reaching most of the residents.
It isn't, and we discussed that when they were first designing, you know, one of the perfect examples is Rye Patch. There's a large
Right.
community that lives at the end of Rye Patch that's not being reached.
Because they're more than 2 miles and yet they're the major population
Yeah,
area.
and that's, I don't know, you know, I'm not familiar enough with the
I know.
legislation, but what I've heard is that was a restriction on the money that came out as far as the broadband.
So it kind of just makes the money wasted. I mean, you're taking multiple broadband lines up the road and it frustrates me to see how they're wasting the money. And there's 383, billion or million coming to the state? 383 million, I believe.
So, and I know
Broadband.
there is some more money coming out there. I don't know what they're gonna do with it. You know, they're a private industry, so they do their own thing. But, you know, one of my main concerns, YDOT has run through this and everything like that. When you get multiple lines in a right of way, it chokes down your right of way so we can't use the right of way what we need. A great example, one of these days we'll end up doing some culvert cleaning down on Signal Drive. I'll call you guys when we get the utility located. It looks like a pin cushion out there on the north side. I mean, there's 6 fiber lines in there, 2 gas lines, you know, a water line, everything like that. And that really prohibits what we can do. You know, basically we're back trucking the whole entire thing instead of being able to dig it. So it wastes our money. But with this provision, I feel like it does protect us somewhat into if we have a problem out there, they're lowering their line, they're moving their line. It's not the county's expense just because, you know, it was either done incorrectly or they couldn't do it the right way. I know John was reviewing it. I don't, if he's okay with everything. I know that was
Yeah,
still.
I was just gonna say that, the difference between a license and a lease is that, a license is, more readily revocable. And so that, it requires, as Dean was saying, that you abide by those conditions that, identify.
The other option would be to, you know, simply write him a letter and say, hey, fix all your problems or get out of our right of way or, you know, or our thing. The hard part about that is there's been a lot of disturbance up there. The Farson Eden folks have been put up with a lot over the last, I've probably spent more time in the Farson Eden area than I have ever just watching over this project. And it is a good thing. They need, you know, as everybody saw during the pandemic, telecommunications companies are a utility. It is a needed service, you know, and I think it's just going to be more needed in the future. So I think it is a good thing. It's just that we need to make sure the county's investments and the taxpayers' money is protected in the future by us not having to touch their lines.
One more question.
Mr.
How
Tuck.
is this coordinating with YDOT? Because going up YDOT, you know.
YDOT has their own thing. I know they have some reclamation issues that they're facing like we are. The contractor has moved in a couple blades and they are fixing it on our end. It doesn't affect YDOT. YDOT issues their own permits and they take care of that. So from the Yellowstone 191 exit all the way up through Haystack, that is on 191. That's all one YDOT's and they have their own permits. Now their permits actually say that they have to move it. So.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards?
What do we need to do here today? Do we need to approve this agreement and approve you to sign it? the
No,
chairman
you
to
guys
sign
would
it?
be signing, the chairman would be deciding it. We need to get the right one and I want them to execute it first. And we just haven't had enough time in there, but yeah, I would vote to approve this agreement and allow the chairman to sign.
Are they on board, All West?
They are the ones that prepared this document.
Mr. Chairman, then I would move to approve the agreement between All West and Sweetwater County for fiber construction deviations in the Farson Eden area. And approve the chairman's signature.
Do you have a motion to approve the agreement as presented by Commissioner Slaughter? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next under tab B is item 6, the Sweetwater County Youth Home Bed Improvement Engagement Letter with Plan One Architects. And we'll hand it back to Gene.
As you guys are aware, the youth home that's out on Reagan Avenue, they're short of beds. Part of it is because of Green River, part of it is just, emergency beds and stuff like that. When I met with Nina James and the new director over there, I toured the building and started looking at the things, and I think there's some space that we can reutilize to gain extra beds over there. That takes, HVAC renovation, electrical renovations, all kinds of other stuff that we need to look into. Part of the issue is they have a large conference room that's it was a neat architectural detail, but being an engineer, they should have just squared off the building and they would have got more square footage. So, doing stuff like that, moving some walls around interior will gain them some more beds. Part of this is going through and meeting the DSF guidelines by having a plan in place by the January, which this will do. We will bring DSF in, different phases during this to make sure that they're all in agreement and to make sure that we have the proper code, because not only do we have to do fire code and all that stuff, but there's also some DSF regulations that we need to make sure that we're right. And Plan One submitted a letter. We do have the funds within the current budget that I have within facilities for professional services to cover this. So there's no change. I just want to make sure you guys are surely aware of that. I can sign the engagement letter. You guys can sign the engagement letter. That's completely up to you guys. But I wanted to, because the last time I left, we didn't really have a plan in place on how we were going to accomplish that through DSF. So this is the first step in getting that and proving to everybody that we do have a plan and we're going forward.
That was my only question, is where the funding was coming from, but you covered that. Any questions, commissioners? Hearing none,
How many additional beds? Or
We don't know right now. That's something that the youth home is working on, is how many beds do they actually need? And the hard part about it is they have, to my knowledge, and I'm learning a lot about this, they have 3 different kinds of beds. They have emergency beds that they get paid for just in case there's an emergency placement in the middle of the night or, after school or something like that. Then they have other long-term beds and they have like a midterm, I don't know, they get paid different money for everything and they get paid by how many percentage are full or what they have available. So we are looking through this. Our hope is we can get 4 to 6 more beds, because there's 20 total allocated between Rock Springs and Green River. Right now, the Rock Springs facility has 10, the Green River facility has 10. I think we can gain 4 to 6 more beds just in the Rock Springs facility by doing this.
any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to allow a public works director to sign the engagement letter with Plan One Architects for the Sweetwater County Youth Home Bed Improvement Project in the amount of $21,950. Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion-
And authorize chairman to sign? No?
No, we authorize Gene to sign. Thanks, Gene.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, under tab B is item number 7. We've got the acceptance of the 2023 Patrick, I believe it's Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Award. With us this morning is County Grants Manager Christina Marshall and Sweetwater County Sheriff John Grossnickel. Good morning.
Good morning. So, Mr. Chairman, we have two grant awards this morning. So this first one, Sweetwater County was awarded $9,753.90 from the Patrick Leahy, I think, Bulletproof Vest Partnership or BVP grant program, which is under the U.S. Department of Justice. The project requires a 50% match and expires on August 31st, 2025. So the purpose of this funding, I think, is pretty obvious. It's to protect the lives of law enforcement officers by providing them with armored vests. This funding will be used to replace currently expired or soon to be expired ballistic vests or provide vests to new hires. So the total budget is $19,507.80. We estimate it will cover 15 bulletproof vests. Some notes, this grant requires a written mandatory wear policy for uniformed patrol officers, which the sheriff's office already has in place. I included that in your packet. The required cash match was already included in this fiscal year 2024 grant project's budget. It is a federal grant, so we follow those federal regulations. There is no contract to sign. Basically, they tell us they put money aside in an online portal, and I work with the sheriff's office who initiates the reimbursement. And of course, they use purchasing to purchase the items, and then I finalize the reimbursement. I'm sure you're dying to know who Patrick Leahy is. So just so you know, this actual funding source was permanently authorized in Congress into law. So it was signed by then President Trump, co-sponsored by Senator Lindsey Graham, and Senator Patrick Leahy, I think, was the initial sponsor. So thought you would like to know. He was the longest serving member of the US Congress. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions, or the sheriff's here as well.
Thanks, Christina. I was curious, so thanks for clearing that up. Any questions on this grant award, commissioners? They're getting quiet on me, so it's gonna be a long afternoon.
It's almost lunchtime, or it is lunchtime a week ago.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards,
I move to accept the 2023 Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant Award.
we have a motion to accept by Commissioner Richards. Is there a second?
I'll second. Oh,
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Next, under tab B is item number 8, the approval of the 2023 Emergency Management Performance Grant Agreement. And with us again is Christina and Sheriff Grossnagel.
So Sweetwater County was awarded $51,420 in Emergency Management Performance Grant, or EMPG, funding from the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security. The project requires a cash match of 50% and expires on September 30th, 2024. So the purpose of EMPG funding is to assist local governments in enhancing and sustaining all hazards emergency management capabilities, which includes activities related to prevention, mitigation, protection, response, and recovery. This funding will be used for allowable payroll expenses for the emergency management coordinator. So the payroll budget, including full-time benefits, is $102,840. Some final, and the match was actually budgeted in the fiscal year 24 grant projects budget. So just to refresh your memory, the emergency management coordinator falls under the office of the sheriff under our organizational chart. And this has a lot of different regulations, but just so you know, CFR stands for the codification of regulations adopted by federal agencies. So I deal with that. Then you have the USC, which stands for the US Code. Those are laws passed by Congress. And then, of course, you have the EO or executive orders, and that's the big boss, the president. So They did something different in this contract this year, and if you look back in attachment B, there's a whole bunch of articles and you have all these laws and regulations intertwined. It's very interesting to see how creative they are. So, but I've reviewed them. I'm sure our attorney has as well, and that's all for emergency management. The sheriff's here if you would like to talk about or ask him some questions.
Thanks, Christina. Always detailed. Any questions or comments on this grant agreement, commissioners? Letting the sheriff off pretty easy. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the 2023 Emergency Management Performance Grant Agreement and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion.
A motion by Commissioner Tolman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, yes, just one quick thing. I would like to thank Christina. And I think the sheriff should thank Christina also. When we see these items in the packet, you know, her summaries and her staff notes answer the questions that I have before I can ask them generally. So it makes it very simple and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, very much so, especially when we're running behind. It makes it easy to.
Well, I do have a question.
Of course.
You say about running behind, Mr. Chairman?
Here we
Well,
go.
at the meeting in Craig, they talked about all these federal grants there. You have to have social justice and social economics in there. Are you seeing these requirements on some of these federal type grants?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Tolman, yes, but it's not across the board. It depends, again, the U.S. Agents Department, the agency
Right.
it's coming from. You'll see that a lot of the ARPA money, for example, has a portion trying to address disproportionate people. So, but it is a clause and yep, we have to address it.
I'm afraid to ask. Is there any other discussion? We do have a motion and second on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I refuse to be intimidated by our chairman because I make a motion. Because I ask a question.
Always welcome to ask questions. Just gotta give you a hard time. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Sheriff. Motion does pass unanimously. And next under tab B is item 9. We've got the change order for the sheriff office dive boat. And with us this morning is purchasing director Marty Durnovich. Morning, Marty.
Morning, commissioners. I'll try and be quick. I know you guys are getting a little behind. Before you is a change order. This was, I believe this was before this board was seated. With ARPA funds, the sheriff's department was given $317,000 to buy a new dive boat to be used at the Flaming Gorge and other waters within Sweetwater County. I don't know where else they'd use that, but unless they were helping out Sublet maybe. In that, when we originally bid the boat, we received 2 bids, just a little bit of history. And the bid was awarded to Munson Boats for a total of $309,643. We knew that the boat was going to be like 2.5 years out before we received it. Now they're in the construction phase of the boat. There's come up a couple of changes. This particular change is, as it's written, they're going to change the drop down for the divers, put it on an automatic winch, put some seating so that they can gear up, that we didn't have in the original spec of the boat. So that change order would add an additional, they're giving us credit for the stuff that they're removing of $5,946. The upcharges is $7,402. So it actually increases the total dollar amount of $1,456 on this particular change order. Speaking with the sheriff's deputy, that's kind of the overseer, if you will, of the boat, Mr. Powell, he had spoken to Monson there might be a possible of another small change order. And if that does go through, it's something to do with the saltwater, and I'll let the sheriff kind of elaborate on what that change order is. If that does come through, it will actually decrease the amount of this change order yet again. So, Sheriff, did you want to?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, what it is they're actually going to put barnacle paint on the boat, which we don't need here, obviously. And it's thousands of dollars for this paint, from what I understand. So with that change order, it should say, yeah, almost a wash, if not save us some money.
Interesting.
So we are in contact with them. We just haven't got that information back yet.
Well, we could all drown by it while you're waiting for that boat to get built.
But with that, we do want to go forward with the change order that is in front of you.
Thanks, Marty. I think it's pretty straightforward. In that write-up, though, it does specify a savings of the 5,946, but then it says the additional charges will be 5,946 or 5,946. Like it's a wash, but then down below, your math indicates the increase. I don't know if that's just a typo.
Oh, that's a
For sure.
typo on your purchaser's part. I do apologize for that.
No problem. I mean, you can see it in the explanation. I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that it was that $1,456 difference.
Yes,
Still under the original budgeted amount.
right.
Any questions on this change order, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
move to approve change order number 1 for the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office dive boat in the amount of $1,456.
Do you have a motion to approve change order 1 for the sheriff's office dive boat by Commissioner Richards? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Motion's unanimous. Thanks. Next, under tab B is item number 10. We've got the surplus vehicle and equipment exchange and public sale. And we'll hand it back to Marty.
So commissioners, in your packet and in the past, we try and hold one of these vehicle sales and exchange like once a year. But due to the pandemic and us taking so long to get our vehicles, getting them upfitted, getting them changed out. And then once that happens, of course, then the shop has to take all the stickers off of the vehicles. So it's taken a while, and in that process, we've accumulated several vehicles, as you can see on the list, along with some Parks and Rec equipment. There's some old mowers, some sprayers and things of that nature. On the list, we have 43 items. I will say that this morning, talking to Chris with the Parks Department, he asked if he could add another mower tractor to that list. So it's one that we were hoping to trade, and they've never got us a trade value, so we want to put it in the sale. But with that, in the past, we've always compiled the list, sent it out to our component units to see if there's any of these vehicles that they may serve a purpose for other agencies within the county. As we were compiling the list, everyone seems to know when we're doing this. So then we get calls. Southwest Counseling had reached out to us earlier and had asked for one of the transport vans that they will use to transport clients. Since then, Melissa had reached out to me yesterday and said, Marty, is it possible that we could request 2 more? They were requesting item number 4 on the sale list and item number 17 to be used within their organization. Also, speaking with Candy on some other issues about budgeting and that sort of thing. And we got to talking about the sale, and they have asked for 3 pickups to be used at their facility. Those numbers are number 6, number 10, and number 26. So we're asking the board today to allow those exchanges. And what that is we just sign the titles over to those organizations. They maintain them. We also received a request from drug court. And as I had stated in my memo to the board, they had asked for a surplus vehicle and asked that the fleet department maintain it. After speaking with the fleet director, Gene, he's like, Marty, that's why we're getting rid of these vehicles, is the cost to maintain them is exceeding our amount. So he would recommend that we don't maintain that vehicle. It's totally up to the board if you would like to donate a vehicle to drug court. And then with that all said, we will advertise we'll send out the list to the rest of the component units like library and museum. I'm not sure why they would need a vehicle, but send out the list, have them respond to us by Friday. If there's anything in our cell that they would like to exchange, like if they had an old truck, that's what Southwest Counseling does. One of the trucks on the list already is from Southwest Counseling. They will be turning in a Buick. And according to Melissa, once they get it put back together, they'll get that over to us. It might not make this cell, but it will be in the next cell. So the events complex is just in need of 3 additional trucks for their staff, according to their maintenance supervisor. With that, then of course we will, after we do the exchange, we'll compile the final list. My staff goes down and numbers all the vehicles. They're all down at the fleet garage against the fence. We'll put numbers on them. We will advertise it. We will take sealed bids up till the 30th of the month. Then on the December 1st, we will open all those bids, and it usually takes us most of the day to do that. We'll categorize them, the number of bids we get for each vehicle, the amounts of the bid, and then we award to the highest bidder. They're allowed 7 days to come into the treasurer's office and pay. And at that time, we've met with the treasurer and the county clerk to get all the titles and everything. So, Mr. Chairman, you'll be busy signing a ton of titles here shortly. And they'll come in, pay their sales tax, pay for the vehicle, and the treasurer's office will issue them the keys and they can go remove them. If the highest bidder does not come in after the 7 days and they don't reach back out to us and say, hey, we can't get here for 2 days or whatever, then we go to the next highest bidder on the list. So that's it, pretty much in a nutshell.
Very good. Appreciate the explanation there. I didn't know exactly how all that worked. Do you know, is treatment court still interested if we don't maintain?
You know, she never, I wrote back to Augusta and told her that, and I never heard back from her. So I will reach out to her if that's something that the board would like to give them a car. And it's totally up to the board if we maintain them or not, but the fleet director would prefer we didn't maintain it.
I have a question.
Commissioner Tomer.
Do you have a maintenance summary on each one, like it's ready for an overhaul or?
Yes, and so we put small comments on the condition, but every vehicle that we have in the cell, the mechanics, either at Road and Bridge or at our fleet shop, fill out a form of everything that's wrong with that vehicle. And we do have those.
There's a few on there, Marty, that are in like red or blue. Is there any reason for that?
The reason, those are the ones that are highlighted for exchange.
Okay. Gotcha. Any other questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Jones.
So with the brief description that you have here, and obviously you don't have room to list everything, but just curious, in this exchange, do you kind of categorize these by the best that should be transferring? I guess my concern is, are we taking equipment that is not worth maintaining and giving it to another?
We did.
That then owns equipment that's not worth maintaining?
Commissioner Jones, yes. So we meet with the fleet mechanics, and they tell us, well, this one has this wrong, but it's like for the events complex, it's not going to be leaving the grounds. And they're like, it still has some life, but it's not like highway worthy. It'll work at the events complex. So they kind of tell us which ones would work for the exchange. As a matter of fact, Melissa at Southwest Counseling, she said, you know, we would be interested in number 7. Well, that came from Road and Bridge. So we reached out to Will down at the Road and Bridge, and he said, they do not want number 7. Tell them number 6 is a better truck. So we do communicate with both mechanic shops. So
Any other questions on the surplus exchange and sale?
So, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards?
just to clarify what we need a motion to get this straight, to approve the sale list and exchange with numbers 4, number 17, and number 25 going to Southwest Counseling, number 6, number 10, and 26 going to the Fair Board. And which one is drug court?
We haven't selected one for them, and if the board chooses, then I'll get with Augusta and the mechanics and we'll pick the best one that will meet their needs out of that.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve the sale list and exchange the Southwest Counseling for number 4, number 17, and number 25, with the Fair Board for number 6, number 10, and 26, and authorize Marty to work with drug court if they would like a vehicle that they would be responsible for maintaining. Does that cover everything?
Yep. I believe that covers it all. We do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Slaughter. Any other discussion? Everyone understood that? Everyone's clear on it? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks,
Thank
Marty.
you.
I know that's got to be a chore to put together and track and maintain, and
It is, but we've got it down pretty well, so it
I know
works.
you've been
good.
working on it for months, so we
All right.
appreciate that.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thanks. With that, between Marty, Christina, and Jean, we are right back on track.
Oh, yeah,
so
we have to stay on schedule so you can buy lunch.
That's correct. Next under tab B is item number 11. Actually, 11, 12, 13, and 14 are all Southwest Counseling. We've got Linda Aker, CEO, with us this morning. Looks like we've got about 5 minutes per presentation, so we're right back on track. Good morning, Linda.
Good morning. I also have my board chair on, Raven Beatty. She's on the Zoom, and as well as Melissa Ray Marchetti, who's the CFO. So just want to acknowledge their presence. Well, the first item is our annual report, and it's for FY23. And of course, our annual report differentiates between outpatient services for mental health and outpatient services for substance abuse. And then, of course, we have residential. So in FY23, we provided 65,504 direct service hours, which is approximately 4,722 over the previous year. So you can see the demand for our services are increasing, and that was for a total of 2,671 clients. Now, in that outpatient are areas of concern to the county commissioners and to the Behavioral Health Division. Of course, that entails the crisis clinical response services, which was previously known as emergency services or 24-hour care, and gatekeeping. The other issue in there is all the services in the outpatient, from clinical screening to all the modalities of individual, family, and group. And then we have case management, peer specialists, medication management. It's an entire list of our services that we provide the community. In our residential treatment, once again, you'll see there are a total of 165 beds between Sweetwater County and Uintah County. There's 130 in Sweetwater. And the reason we have Uintah County in our budget is because we have a subcontract with them to provide those services in Uintah County, because first of all, their proximity to the state hospital, it's a natural step down. And then we're a natural step down or a step up to the hospital as well. So you can see the number of beds we have in every category: substance abuse, social detox, women and children. We have 9 beds for women, an additional 10 beds for their children. And I have to brag a little bit because that program's been in existence since the year 2000.
And we were the first community mental health and substance abuse that allowed women to come into treatment with their children. And as a result of that, you'll see we've had 131 drug-free babies born in our program, which is awesome. And for FY 23, we provided 43,347 bed days. And our occupancy rate, we all have performance standards that we have to meet. 85% is the standard. We met it across the board at 83%. As a result of that, there was no corrective action by the state. We are in good standing with the state of Wyoming. Funding, you can see our funding. It's primarily through the state of Wyoming. And one of the issues there is our residential for substance disorder is the highest generator of funding, followed by mental health residential beds. And who do we serve? It's 49% are women, 51% are men. We generally tend to serve the 18 to 21 are the highest level of individuals coming in, followed by the 18 to 21. One of the areas that we do know that first use happens before they become adult. 60% had their first use of alcohol under the age of 18. And unfortunately, the client's use of IVs has increased to 26%. And we'll probably see this continue to increase as we go through the remaining of this year. One of the things we really want to work on is services to the veterans, because they're so important to our community. And at somewhat, they're resistant to acknowledging that they may have issues or their families may have issues. So we're working on how can we do a better reach out to them, and how do we do that? It's on top of our agenda. But our outcomes, we have outcomes that we have to meet. For an individual coming into Southwest Counseling, it's supposed to less than a day. So emergency services, you're going to get in right away. There's no wait time at all. For a person calling in and saying, I want an appointment at 7 o'clock at night with a female therapist, that's going to probably be a problem. But we have what's called open access. It's Monday through Thursday, and you just have to show up, and we assign clinicians to be on open access, and we will provide the services for the opening right into the system. So that's positive. On the mental health side, we have 79% employed, 61 on substance disorders, 88 treatment complete on mental health, 65 on substance disorders, and 71% on the mental health have no further criminal activities that we know of, and then 94 on substance abuse. They're absent at discharge, and that can be misleading because when they leave our services, they're drug-free. And that's what we hope them to be. But really what this is a reflection of is the outstanding work by the employees of Southwest Counseling. This is incredibly hard work. And they are champions of recovery, of meeting the needs of our community. So I'll stand for any questions on the FY 23 annual report, if you have any.
Questions, commissioners? Doesn't look like it.
Okay. Well, the second item I'm not too thrilled to be bringing to the county commissioners. It is a capital construction item. I talked to Jean Legursky, or text. We had an email exchange between the two of us. And the exchange was concerning carpet replacement at the Century building. And if it was carpet squares, I could replace that and that would be maintenance. But it's wall-to-wall carpet, and I cannot replace it without coming before the county commissioners. I would not bring this to you, but I think it's a safety issue for our staff as well as for our clients in that facility. The seams are pulling apart and it's becoming threadbare. And so there's not an easy solution to it. The easiest solution is for me to come before the county commissioners and ask permission to have an implementation of replacing that carpet with carpet squares.
Okay, and as far as cost on that, Linda, how are you guys approaching that?
It's Chairman West, it would be Southwest Counseling would have to incur the cost.
Okay. So you're just removing the carpet, going back with squares so that it's
Yes,
easier to maintain, take care of.
yes.
Okay. Any questions, comments with that request, commissioners?
Well, I misunderstood you. You said at the front end that if it was squares, you didn't have to have our permission,
Right.
and you want squares.
Chairman West and Commissioner Tolman, the carpet that's in this facility right now is wall-to-wall carpeting.
Oh, to change the type.
And because I'm looking at several different rooms, Mr. Legursky told me that it would be a capital construction and not maintenance, and that's why I'm having to bring it to the board.
Just received an email from Jean. I personally don't see any issues with Southwest maintaining and replacing their carpet. You guys all comfortable with that? I think you have our blessing. I encourage you to continue working with Gene. We'll see if he's got any issues with that, but I think, concept behind it is just keeping us in the loop. So I
Right.
appreciate that.
Right, no problem. And then the third item is, I think you should have in your packet the letter of intent for Southwest Counseling to reapply for services in Sweetwater County. One of the things, it clearly states what is required versus what is optional services for Southwest Counseling. One of the optional services, which we don't consider optional, is subacute crisis. That's previously known as crisis stabilization. We certainly intend to provide that. That's very important in the continuum of care. But if you have any questions on that, and the reason I bring the letter of intent to you is because you first need to know about all the services we provide. This outlines it for the county commissioners, as well as the county commissioners need to authorize the services that Southwest Counseling will provide in Sweetwater County. So I'm asking for your authorization to proceed forward with the letter of intent and the services that we will be providing.
Thanks, Linda. I think on the subacute care, right? That's kind of the hot topic item. And I know you've been involved. We had that in-person behavioral meeting with the different stakeholders, and you were on the call yesterday with Title 25. And I
Yes.
think, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Southwest Counseling offer kind of a telepsych service as well, similar to what the hospital was discussing yesterday?
Chairman West, we do have 2 psychiatric providers that do telepsych for us. And they are in the clinic. One's full-time and one provides 14 hours a week. And then we have a psychiatrist who's a children and adolescent psychiatry that provides another 15 hours in the community.
Okay.
Do you have a psychologist or is that on remote?
Chairman West, Commissioner Tolman, we do not have a psychologist.
So I think if I saw it right in your report, it looks like there's on the subacute residential 4 available beds for that program. Is that, I mean, it seems like that's kind of the difficulty with all these different stakeholder meetings of, I guess I don't know if it's a gap, but some confusion or, whether it should be titled or if it just needs, med management or, whatever the situation is. How is that 4-bed program? Is it full all the time? Is it something that the county needs to look at expanding, or can you offer any input on that?
Yes, Commissioner West. I think that subacute care is the focus of the state of Wyoming. They really do not want people going to the highest level of care, which is psychiatric care. It costs so much money to maintain, and then you have to have the economy of scale to uphold it. I think long-term planning strategically is to look at a 15-bed facility for subacute. I think that would well serve Title 21, Title 25 and crisis, but I think that would take a strategic move to do that, where there's a lot of bricks and mortar questions that would have to be answered. But I think long-range planning for the community, this would be a great facility to look at.
I have a question.
Mr. Toma.
Don't you have some vacant buildings? Could any of those not be used for that?
Yeah, Chairman West and Commissioner Tolman, Southwest Counseling occupies every building that the county allows us to be in. And the only vacancy that we have is on 9th Street. And we use that building primarily because of our summer program for children and adolescents. It's an intensive summer program, but that is a building that was used at one time for residential services. I think we have also looked at that building at what could we do differently with that building. So it would be one floor because it's a split combination, and it's just an older building.
Okay. Any other questions on the summary of services and the letter of intent? If not, I'm not sure if we need action on that. Lost my spot here.
Says no. Do you need action? You said the county has to authorize it?
Commissioner Wisk and Commissioner Tolman, the county commissioners have to authorize the services of the behavioral health that we provide in Sweetwater County. So I think we do need your authorization to proceed forward.
When is this due, Linda? Do you know?
It's due to the state November 20th.
Well, I would entertain a motion to approve the summary of services and the letter of intent with Southwest Counseling is provided as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Second by Commissioner Tillman. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is unanimous. I'm going to pause you right there for a second, Linda. I noticed Jean has joined. Did you want to? No, you're good. Okay. All right. I think that brings us to your last item on the sustainability plan.
Okay. According to our contract or our agreement with the county, we have to provide you with a sustainability plan. And I also put in that plan the overarching mission and vision statement and core goals of the agency. But one of the things when it comes to being able to sustain our operations, we really have to look at finances. And one of the first things that I need to do is always be in good standing with the Behavioral Health Division and with the finances that we receive for all the programs that you just authorized. One of the things that's going to be changing in this coming July 1, 2024 is behavioral health redesign is a major system change for Southwest Counseling. We have open access into Southwest Counseling. Anyone can come to Southwest Counseling and receive services. What this does, it has 3 levels that will have access to state money. And they'll have to meet those categories in order for Southwest Counseling to receive payment. The other thing that it does a little bit differently, we get 1/12 payment. This is going to be, every individual coming into the center will have to be assessed for, are they Medicaid eligible? And if they are Medicaid eligible, we want them to receive Medicaid. Can they be on third-party payments for underserved people in the insurance market? So we know that there's many changes coming. And in order to stay abreast of those changes and to prepare for that, we are going to consult with, it's called Open Minds. They're a national consulting firm for behavioral health. We want them to look at our entire system. How can we improve it? What can we do differently? So that is a system change that is going to result in financial changes for Southwest Counseling. In terms of our sustainability of our services that the county funds specifically, those funds are also, we receive funding from the state for those services also, which is critically important. I think one of the worries about the Medicaid rates are significantly below what the state now pays Southwest Counseling per hour. So it's at $87 an hour. We receive a state rate of 140 for the priority population. So there's a lot of things to be worked out. So the financial part of that is maintain a really good relationship with the Behavioral Health Division, work with my Wyoming Association of Mental Health and Substance Abuse directors, so we can advocate at the state level for behavioral health issues. And then, of course, the other thing that's really important for us is our facilities, because without the facilities that the county does provide for Southwest Counseling, we would not be able to have the operations that we do. And we're very appreciative of them. Long range for us is we want to be really good, preventive in maintenance. I think we've done a really outstanding job in all the years that we've been occupying them, but they're just getting a little bit older and we're having a little more issues. But I think a prevention plan to identify problems before they happen, if at all possible. And then our workforce, we need to sustain our workforce. There is a shortage in the nation as well as Wyoming on master's level clinicians across the board. And so I'm hoping that we have an aggressive retention and recruitment policy in place. We recently hired a brand new HR person, and that's going to help us out tremendously. This is a requirement of the contract that we discussed how we're going to sustain operations. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to address them with you.
Questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Slaughter.
Linda, I pardon my lack of knowledge with respect to this, but I'm trying to learn and I'm participating in the Title 25 calls, and some of the issues that I'm hearing are that there are cases being titled where there are acute care patients that could potentially be taken and housed within Southwest Counseling. And there seems to be some type of a block in the system here. And I would just be curious as to what you perceive as that is causing that problem and how we can potentially mitigate that problem if you see it as a problem. Because once again, it's something that I'm hearing, and once again, lack of knowledge. I don't fully understand the program, but I'm learning, and this is one of the things that I have been hearing.
Well, Chairman West and Commissioner Slaughter, I think that's an excellent question. I think last year alone, just to give you some basis of how much work we're doing on emergency services, we saw 276 individual who came into Southwest Counseling was urgent care. Out of that, 154 were seen and released. Out of that number of the 276, 122 went to emergency detention at Title 25, and out of that number, 6 were involuntary hospitalized. And I do think there's a number of reasons why people just can't move into Southwest Counseling. We do have criteria that they have to meet. And one of the things that's really important is we can't force people to stay, even in our residential beds, our substance disorders and mental health. If they want to leave, they can leave. They're only there voluntarily. And of course, we have rules and regulations at every facility. And sometimes they like it and sometimes they don't like it. We want to be a good community partner, but the increase in urgent care is on the rise. And we can see that. So we want to be a partner and be at those discussions so we can have an understanding. But you have to understand, most of my beds are filled in an 85% capacity. That's a high capacity rate that we have to fill it at.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think what Commissioner Slaughter's alluding to is we're hearing a lot of, if someone's picked up and they're 0.3 or higher, they can't be admitted to the jail system until they come down from that. And so where they go, and we're hearing that a lot of times, an officer or deputy has to sit with them until that occurs, and they're obviously short-staffed. Everyone's short-staffed. And so, where is the gatekeeper? And it seems like that is the subacute piece, right? But are they some form of evaluation piece? And I'm not sure where that disconnect is, but that's some of what's being brought to our attention. And I don't know if this behavioral, health redesign will kind of turn the dial on more of this subacute funding aspect, because obviously it's a statewide issue. It's a national issue, as we all know, but Governor Gordon is trying to improve that and identify that. And so, do you have any feedback on that?
Chairman West, I think it's going to take us all coming together and addressing this issue, because it is a very complex issue that's going to take a community to address it. I think that it's easy to identify what the problems are, but it's takes a lot more work to get to the solutions. Southwest Counseling is really working at capacity. We really are. Would we want to entertain more subacute beds? Absolutely. But the state's saying that our funding is fixed at this point. We will probably be able to get what we are right now at 40% for bricks and mortar to keep the operations open, 50% for services, but 10% is coming out of behavioral health, 4.5 million for outcomes. So we're going to have to prove to the state that what we're doing is effective to get a payment. I do think subacute is a topic that we should all be interested in and really put our thinking hats on and determine what we can do for Sweetwater County. It is a regional service. Our 4 beds are not just for Sweetwater County. They're for the West region that includes Teton, Sublette, Uinta, Sweetwater County, and Lincoln County. So 5 counties for 4 beds. It's very limited. And to tell you the truth, we hardly get referrals from them because of transportation issues with these individuals.
Well, I guess that's kind of what's difficult with this issue. And I realize it's not going to be solved overnight, but if you have, this is just one example, but someone that's above that 0.3 level, and the resource there, whether it's, deputy or whomever, doesn't have the time, then it sounds as though sometimes they're being titled. So then they're taken to the hospital and they're, put on the hold, or during that evaluation process, it's deemed that it shouldn't be titled, or the individual shouldn't be titled. And so then what is, are they released out, or, but during that initial title, the county's obviously picking up the dime on that. And so I think that's part of the disconnect. And that's what we're asking is that something we as a county need to address and, provide their resources for to help fix this issue? Because as you know, I mean, it's a top down, right? So
right.
We can't admit the individual to the jail. We don't have resources to sit with them. The hospital obviously has other concerns and issues with, some of what they're experiencing on that level, and it's not titled, so it's just more or less a release, and we haven't really addressed the issue, and so it kind of feels like, I think you're right, everyone needs to get together and work on it and find a proactive way to fix the issue, but we're not doing that, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Slaughter.
Also hearing, I'm hearing that in that specific case that the chairman is talking about, that as that person is coming down, there's a potential that they're going to just be released also. And if that's the case, it's certainly not in their best interest nor in the community's best interest for that to take place. And we just need to define, are these things happening? If they are, then how do we work on it? How do we fix them? And so it just seems to be a really big issue if that is the case and it is taking place.
Commissioner West, Commissioner Slaughter, I think if we're talking specifics, I don't know exactly what we're speaking about, but I do know a person can be not be titled because they are under the influence. They can be titled if they're a danger to themselves or others, and that's where we're able to do that title. And you'll often see a person who was using substance come down and be clear the next day and say, I never meant to say that. We do an assessment. We will refer them into services, but that can happen.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners? All right, Linda, well, we appreciate you coming over. Did you have anything additional?
I only have two more items if I can ask. The first one is Governor Gordon's coming to Rock Springs on November 29th. I'm sure you already know he's having town hall meetings on mental health issues. And I don't know the specific agenda yet, but he will be here. And I believe it's going to be at the college, but I'm not certain. But one of the things that the governor has asked is for the governor to go to the Women and Children's program and see that facility because it's an ARPA program. And so we would certainly want our county commissioners also there if that's willingness to do that. It's your facility, it's our program, and I think it's a great showcase for what we can do with the ARPA monies. So mark your calendars for November 29th. And the last comment I would have is Chairman West. I think I may have to apologize to you for you feeling like I was antagonistic. It was never my intention to be antagonistic to you. And I certainly hope each and every one of the county commissioners knows the importance of the county for Southwest Counseling and for the services we provide. So if there's ever a time that we can sit down and chat, because I would love to know how I was antagonistic to you, because I don't want to be that way at all. That's not my intention. I'm more than willing to do that, and I apologize if I've offended you in any way.
Appreciate that very much. First, on November 29th, please do send us any details in regards to the governor attending the Women's and Children's facility. We'll all at least plan to be there. Yeah, more than happy to sit down with you. This isn't my idea of government. But in your own sustainability plan today, there's some pretty key information there in the core values. So I would love to review those and work together for the benefit of the county, because it has certainly not taken place for the last 10 months. So I appreciate the apology and more than happy to sit down with you and members of your board at any time.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for your time today.
Thanks, Linda. Next on the agenda is item 15. We do have the Memorial Hospital Board appointment commissioners. Fell a little bit behind there. We do have a list of applications. Any discussion on this appointment, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Jones.
I would make myself available for any questions before I make a motion, but I would like to first thank the commission for allowing me time to work on this replacement. We're over 3 months into this, so certainly it was, I think we've taken our time, putting the announcements out there. I know I spent a tremendous amount of time, at meetings around the county. It seemed like I mentioned this everywhere I went, that we had this opening. Wanted to try and get as many applicants as possible, not only just applicants, but good applicants. And we did end up with several. I did reach out to each one of them. And so I have a pretty good feel for each person. Had good conversations, good questions back and forth. And if there are any questions before I make a recommendation or a motion, I'd certainly stand for any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner. No, I reviewed them as well. It's nice to see that there's some interest and some talent in that pool as well. Some of these positions are incredibly crucial to fill. We have a vacancy on Southwest Counseling that we're still looking at as well. But it's nice to see the attention to such an important organization. So appreciate you reaching out and getting to know the individuals and learn more as well. So any comments, questions? Did you have a motion, Commissioner Jones?
I will. First, I'd like to thank everybody that applied. Each person that I spoke with, I think they all have positive aspects, attributes that they bring. So it certainly wasn't easy. But having spoken with everybody and knowing the organization and the current board as well, I would make a motion to nominate Nina James for the vacancy.
We do have a motion by Commissioner Jones to appoint Nina James to the Memorial Hospital Board of Trustees. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
I just want to say, I appreciate Commissioner Jones and the work he's put into this. This is one of the most important boards that we appoint to, and I think he's made a good choice here. I think Judge James will fit in right in there and do a good job.
Well said. Any other comments, Commissioner Slaughter?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, having served as liaison for a short period of time for the hospital and working with Commissioner Jones when he was on that board, I think he is an excellent representation, and I think he brings to us a great knowledge of what will work within that board. And I really do appreciate the fact that he went out and spoke with each of these people and has given his recommendation on this. So I commend him, and I will certainly follow through and agree with his nomination at this point in time.
Any other comments? Do we have a motion and a second? All those in favor of Judge James for your next Memorial Hospital Board appointment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Congratulations and thank you. And with that, Commissioners, we're about 10 minutes behind. Next on the agenda is lunch. And so with that, we'll take about an hour break. Hope to be back here. Our next item is supposed to be at 1:05. We'll be cutting that close, but we'll do what we can. And resume here back in about an hour. think we're ready. Thanks very much. Call this meeting back to order. We're back from lunch, and where we left off was under tab B, item number 17. We've got a conflict of interest disclosure for 2023 for the newly appointed Commissioner Jones, and I believe we have Clerk Lane here to present as such. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. As Chairman West just stated, we have a conflict of interest disclosure that all county commissioners have to fill out. And of course, the majority filled it out last January. And with our newly appointed Commissioner Jones, we just need to have his on file. And these are records that I record in the office, and then the auditors do request them and they ask to look at them. So I just got that request this morning. So perfect timing. So if you would like to read your statement with your name in that, Commissioner Jones, we'll get that on record.
Sure will. Conflict of interest disclosure 2023 to whom it may concern pursuant to WS 6-5-118. Conflict of interest disclosure. I, Taylor Jones, Board of County Commissioners, Sweetwater County, Wyoming, declare that I currently have personal interests, for example, savings, checking, loan, or investment accounts in the following institutions in which Sweetwater County has invested or may invest public funds in the future. Those would be Meridian Trust, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, First Bank, and RSNB.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Thanks, Clerk Lane, and thanks, Commissioner Jones. I think you're officially official now, is what that means, so.
I feel much better.
Next is item number 18. We've got an updated audit engagement letter with McGee, Hearn, and Pies, and we'll hand it back to Clerk Lane.
Okay, once again, good afternoon. We did receive an updated audit letter that now includes the consultant, MPM. Oh, I can never remember their name, it's so long. Yes, with Miss Alexandra Wilkinson, and they did add that information in there to show that we are complying with the laws, that we have someone who is able to look over all of our documents and to make sure that they are financially sound. And we'll look over the final audit as it comes in as well.
Okay, so we just need a motion to approve the updated
Yes.
engagement letter. Any questions on that, Commissioners? Commissioner Richards.
Move to approve the updated audit engagement letter and allow the chairman to sign the document.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion? I'm slowing down. I hear some clicking over there in the corner. I keep forgetting about that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you. Excuse me, thank you.
Thank you. Item 19 is a request to staff a new position in the county clerk's office. And we will have Clerk Lane again, as well as Ashley Wilmette, HR specialist, to go over this. Obviously, we discussed this, I believe, at the last meeting, so welcome back.
Thank you. Chairman West, Commissioners, at the last meeting, HR Director Gary McLean and I were here, and we did get approval to advertise for this position, but we needed to clean up a few things, such as it now says accounting specialist and not planner at the top, and corrected some of the documents. Everything else remains the same. I did advertise that, and I have had 5 or 6 applications that include people with at least an associate's degree in accounting, and some added business administration on there as well. Some with actually bachelor's degrees in it. So I'm really excited. It's only been out about a week, so we're trying to get a few points out there that without an entire approved job description. So we picked some key points that are pretty generic and basic to put out there for that job description. And I've had some people that look promising to be able to at least interview. Any questions on?
Dill, I had just one quick one. So on the chart, there's 4, I guess, grades, right? And then in the job description, there's Counting 2 through 4. Do we
Ye-
already have?
Well,
one?
Mr. McLean explained that we will not get to the accounting specialists, most likely grade 18, because that includes like a supervisory role, but he wanted to show it for scale, to show where we would be at. So,
But like on the job description that's prepared here, there's, hang on, it's loading. Accounting specialist 2, 3, and 4. Is there an accounting specialist 1 job description or?
I don't believe so. That is just the basic accounting position that is in the back. This one requires the degree,
Okay. Got it.
or at least years of service to that effective experience.
Any other questions or comments? or
Yes.
requests? Commissioner Tillman?
Do you feel that that description covers budgeting enough?
I do. I do have it in there. That's a basic accounting, and we kind of kept it pretty basic this time around, just to keep it detailed enough that somebody knows what they're getting into, but not each pinpoint of what they are going to be doing. Because it should be in there somewhere. I've read it once or twice. But yes.
Additional comments, questions? Well, with none further, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards,
move to approve the request to staff the new position in the clerk's office as presented, along with approve the accounting specialist job description.
do you have a motion to approve of this request by Commissioner Richards? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Next is item number 20. We've got a request to staff an existing vacant position or staff a new position in the land use department. With us this afternoon is Ashley again, HR specialist, as well as land use director Eric Bingham. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the last agenda, we had on the consent agenda to fill a vacant position for administrative assistant that became vacant in September. I requested to have that removed from the agenda so that we could expand the scope of that. And if that we did find someone that had a little bit more experience, we could hire them as a planning and zoning technician. The differences between the two, as you can see, are about $78,000 in loaded costs. The administrative assistants are grade 12, planning and zoning technicians grade 14. And the big separation in there is education requirements. Typically, the planning and zoning technician requires a little bit more education than a high school diploma. So hence the additional increase in salary. So what I wanted to do there is have the ability for that person, because things have changed. We don't have as many people coming into the counter. A lot of it's done via, so the answering of the phone is not as much. It's mostly email, a lot of technical questions. So I thought if we could expand that scope, if we did find the right person for that, we could hire at a planning and zoning technician level. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Eric. So didn't we already authorize the planning and zoning technician in the past? Or did we just put that in the budget? Do you remember?
Planner position. So that's what was approved, was for a planner position, planner 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And that's what, when we worked through the budgeting process last year, Mr. Chairman, that's what we were looking at. We opened up the position.
Confused with technician for some reason.
Mr. Chairman,
What's that, Commissioner?
we lost an administrative assistant, and I think Eric just wants to take this opportunity to maybe hire
Either or.
just a little bit higher if the opportunity presents itself.
So, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, this is a restaff. This is not a
Yeah.
no request. Okay. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm
Commissioner Slaughter?
just a little bit confused, and with respect to your question, I want to follow up. In the budget, we had approved the planner position, Eric, is the problem, you're just not being able to find someone? job or-
That's, yeah, so the planner position is a higher level position. And where I need the help is working on the code, working on public hearings, and then having a current staff member who was hired for GIS focusing on GIS, because we are falling behind as far as in the mapping, just kind of we're maintaining, I would say, with GIS and not using it to its full potential. So the idea there with the planner position is as we've lost that public lands planner and me being more involved in public lands and being able to focus rather than pulled in 50 different directions myself, is to have a planner role for that. So that's what the planner position was for. This is a tech position, which is, so just so you know, planner position requires a bachelor's degree. The tech position, associate's degree. Also, we could also look at experience in lieu of that. So the administrative, we've done that before, where in that role, we've either had an administrative assistant or a planning and zoning technician in that role. This would just allow a little bit more skill, possibly be able to do site plan review, things like that the administrative assistant would not do.
I'm still just a little bit confused, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I understand, I think the ask of what you're doing here,
Sure.
and I understand that. But if we fill that position, are you still looking to try and fill the planner position also?
Yes, I've actually, a conditional job offer already went out today and they accepted. So,
That was my question. Okay.
Okay, I
was hoping that
apologize.
was the case because I wanted you to have more help. I thought that was the case, but.
yeah, this is not in lieu of that. So I appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Any other questions, comments? So this is just one or the other, not both. That's what you're.
Correct. And so just to clarify that, Mr. Chairman, this is not, well, I hire a P&Z tech. Now I need an administrative assistant. This person will be doing that role. In the job description, that person is doing administrative assistant role. Yeah.
Any other questions? Comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve staffing a existing vacant position or staff of a new position in the land use department.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Slaughter, second by Commissioner Richards. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Shit. Come back from lunch, we get confused easy, so you gotta keep us on track here.
Especially when you're clear down here on the end.
Next is item 21. Additional holiday discussion and request approval of the 2023 holiday resolution, which is resolution 23-11-CC-01. And we've got Ashley with us again, getting all kinds of podium time.
Yeah, not my favorite, but I'm here.
We had this discussion last meeting, as you all might recall. We do need to pass by resolution. There were a couple different options thrown around. So I'm speaking with Gary. He went ahead and just prepared 3 different options for discussion today. And Ashley, I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to add, or it is.
Nothing really to add. I do think that the employees are always grateful for whatever you guys do. So I do have the historical time of what you guys have done in the past. If you guys want a copy of that to review before you make a decision on these 3 options, but that's up to you guys.
Very good. I think we had that last meeting too. So is everyone comfortable with voting on one of these options? Any discussion? Option 1 would be 1 day off at Christmas and 4 hours of a floating holiday prior to New Year's, which I believe we had discussed would be the Friday prior. Option 2 is 16 hours of a floating holiday. And option 3 is 8 hours of an additional holiday on December 22nd, 2023 only. Discussion.
Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
With option 1, they would have, just to clarify, they would have until May 31st to exercise those 4 hours? Is that how
Yes.
that?
Yep.
Correct. Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Richards.
I move to approve option one of resolution number 23-11-CC-01, the option that gives 1 day off at Christmas and 4 hours of floating holiday pay prior to New Year's.
Do we have a motion to approve option one on the additional holiday? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Slaughter.
I would, as I brought forth at our last meeting, I would like to consider option two, giving the employees 16 hours as a floating holiday. The one concern that I've got with that is my belief is I would really like to see the employees being able to spend time with their families around those holidays. That may not be the case if we just do this as a floating holiday, but I think that should be up to our employees. And I think we owe it to them. They do a great job for us. And I think that giving them 16 hours as a floating holiday would be more appropriate.
Okay, is that in form of an amendment, Commissioner?
Yeah, I would, well, I'm not sure how to handle this with respect to that. I guess I would amend the motion rather than to go with option one, which would give the 4 hours of floating along with the additional day. It would give 16 hours to be used by the employees.
Should we act on the amendment? See if there's a second first, even though we already have a motion and second on the table, John?
Yeah. Motion to amend. So you take a second on that particular motion. You can then vote on that motion. If it passes, then that's what it is. If not, then you do the original motion and make a decision on it.
Very good. So we do have an amendment by Commissioner Slaughter in favor of option two, which is the 16 hours of floating holiday. Do we have a second on that amendment? Motion for option two. Do we have a second? There is no second, so that will die for lack thereof. I can reason with some of your thoughts on that, Commissioner. I also just feel like we are being, I guess, in recognition of providing additional time, and they do have vacation that they can take, given the complexity of the holiday following on a Monday. So with that, is there any other discussion? We do have a motion and a second on the table for option one. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Ashley. Appreciate it. Next up on the agenda is item 22. We've got an approval of an MOU between the 6 Cents Special Purpose Joint Powers Board and Sweetwater County to request to staff a part-time position for the Joint Powers Board. Request of an approval of an at-will employment contract between Allison Volsick and Sweetwater County. And request approval for the county clerk to create a budget for the Joint Powers Board expenses. Lots of work went into this between our county civil attorney, Mr. John DeLeon, HR Director Gary McLean, and Commissioner Slaughter. So, Commissioner, I would hand it over to you at this time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this all stems from the creation of the Joint Powers Board. And when I was passed off the duties of working on the specific purpose tax and trying to put all of these items together, and took on the position as the chair of the Joint Powers Board, the first thing that I did was I went and talked with Reed West, who was the chair, a prior chair of the Joint Powers Board on the 2012 initiative. In our conversations, the one thing that was really emphasized by former Commissioner West was that the first thing he felt like we should do would be to talk about hiring an administrative assistant. And he highly recommended, if it was possible, for us to contact Allison Volsick, who had been the administrative assistant for the 2012 issue. So I brought that to the Joint Powers Board at the first meeting that I chaired. And it was approved by the Joint Powers Board at that meeting that we would hire Allison to continue working on that administrative function. After that, I had asked Ms. Volsick if she would prepare for me basically a fundamental job description relaying what her function had been during the prior specific purpose tax. And then also if she would provide what she felt would be appropriate for an employment contract with respect to that. She did that. I brought those to the next Joint Powers Board meeting, which we had, told the board at that point in time, I felt like it was appropriate that we have a contract in place and a job description for this position. I let them have a copy of what Allison had prepared at that point in time. And then further told them that I felt, since we had a basic format for the job description and employment contract, I would then like to take that to our human resource director at the county and our county attorney to formalize those documents so that we could vote on that as a board and do it appropriately. I don't know how this was done in the previous initiative. Allison did perform the function. It's not a high-level accounting function. It's a bookkeeping function, basically. This, when I took it to HR, and I'm going to use this phrase somewhat loosely, I guess, it became Garyized. And so what I thought was a relatively simple task became 3 days of meetings, and I don't know how much work it entailed for him, but he did an awful lot of work and an awful lot of research, and I really commend him for what he did in doing this. But it became much bigger than what we anticipated. In researching the position, he did not believe that this position would be appropriate as an independent contractor. So he felt the best way for us to handle this would be to hire Allison for the duration of the specific purpose tax to handle these functions. He then backed into the $500 that the board had previously agreed to pay her over the course of that time, and came up with a budget which would be appropriate for the county if we were to hire Allison to do this. Now, take into account that the Joint Powers Board, in conjunction with our underwriter and our bond counsel, set aside $35,000 for administrative expenses and things of that nature. These costs would be absorbed through that payment. It would be a payment that would be received as we requested it from the trustee bank for those tasks, which Ms. Volsick would be taking care of over the next 48 months or whatever we are collecting the specific purpose tax. So what we're asking for is basically approval of the MOU, which you have before you, which will allow for the job description, which Gary has created, and an employment contract, which he has created, for us to hire Allison to perform this function for the Joint Powers Board for the duration of the 2023 specific purpose tax.
Yeah, appreciate that background. I wasn't expecting that to be that difficult, but
nor was I.
I understand the reasoning behind some of that. And I don't know, Allison was a city employee with that last initiative, so I don't know if that covered some aspects of it or what the case may be. But anyway, like everything you've had to deal with on that, it's been a lot of work and a lot of kind of group efforts on that. So appreciate the time with that. Are there any comments, questions on these requests, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, with no further questions, I would move to approve this MOU between Sweetwater County and the Joint Powers Board for this contract.
Also including the request of the staff, the part-time position and the budget for the clerk as well.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We do have a motion to approve these requests as presented by Commissioner Slaughter. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Any further discussion? Is everyone confused? No. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion's unanimous. Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate
Right.
your work on that.
Thank you very much, board. And once again, thank you very much to Gary and John for the work that was put in on that. It did become much bigger than anticipated, but that has been the case with everything with respect to this issue. So.
No doubt. Next on the agenda is item 23. We've got the exploration of a collaborative proposal as more of a follow-up to presentation we heard last meeting. So again, I would hand this over to Commissioner Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At our last meeting, as you well remember, we had Jessica Western come and give us a presentation on what she could potentially do for us as a consultant in potentially setting up a collaborative to work on the Ashley National Forest Plan, along with the Flaming Gorge National Recreation Plan. And we may narrow that focus on that. I have sent a copy of her proposal to each of the commissioners, and if you had the opportunity to look at it, it was somewhat more than what I had anticipated. In some ways, it was somewhat less than what I had anticipated in other ways. Basically, what she has proposed is 10 hours for interviews and drafting the process matrix that you would do, 20 hours to meet with myself and a steering committee trying to draft the charter, 6 meetings of 6 hours each preparing documentation to finalize the charter, 8 trips to come down here to work with us and 88 hours of work. And so her overall proposal is for $34,114. I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, that at this time I'm prepared to ask the board's approval on this. I would like to have discussion. I had further discussion at the CLG meeting with members of the CLG because that was where this initial idea surfaced. And some of the questions that came out at the CLG meeting, I think, were warranted. They wondered if there were other people who we had talked to potentially about doing this. They had suggested that maybe we look to the Department of Agriculture at the state of Wyoming, that there may be some people there who would be willing to consult, and we may be able to do this cheaper. Other people felt like it was something maybe we could work with other collaboratives that have been done and try and come up with a process to begin this. So moving forward with this, the second part of this, I had this same discussion with Jessica, explained to her what our concerns were, that there were some other alternatives that we were looking at. She suggested a second possible alternative to try and get us started a little bit sooner. She feels like maybe a little more so than I, that we feel like that we need to get this started sooner rather than later. So she submitted a second proposal to us. And basically it was to do, she would conduct 5 to 10 interviews to explore possible objectives and achieve outcomes preferences for a feasible, effective, and efficient process. Parties that should be involved in timelines, and spend 20 hours for interviews and drafting a process matrix. For that, she would do that for $3,300. So I told her I would bring that forward to the board. I do believe one of the issues that we have is the first thing that we probably need to do in setting up the collaborative is to set our purpose. And in talking with other people who have worked on collaboratives, the consultant who has been working for them has been instrumental in drafting that purpose. So it's kind of a catch-22 as to whether you come up with the purpose first or whether you use the consultant to do that. I tend to feel that it would be in our best interests to work with Ms. Western with this second proposal that she has done, try and get this initiative off the ground, define our purposes, and then come back to our other entities that we may want to include in the collaborative and work on the collaborative in that nature. So I think this would allow us to define those entities that which we feel would be collaborators that would look forward to the purposes that we're looking for in this collaborative. And we could then ascertain the purpose, define that purpose, and get this process then off the ground once this was done.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tillman.
I did check with the Department of Ag. They're getting back to me to see if they would have someone who'd be interested in being a facilitator. It would not cost anything if they can find someone who would do it. They have a grant to pay for it.
When you first sent the first proposal, I had the same reaction. I was not prepared for that. So I think kind of left a little bit confused. I think, the presentation was a little bit confusing on her part too, as far as what we had invited her down here for. So I know she comes, highly spoken about, and there's others that have worked with her that have found success in that. I'm just kind of struggling with the ongoing expense, and I think if we can get there, we'll reap that reward. I don't know. I'm torn on this one. Any other comments, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Jones?
Commissioner Tillman, do you know any idea, have you heard back any idea when they think they might be able to give you an indication of what they can do or a timeline? I guess my concern is starting out with one person or organization, however you want to look at it, and then all of a sudden it stops and we start over fresh, and maybe the next group we're working with doesn't really understand or appreciate what we started with, and then we start over at the beginning anyway, except we spent $3,300.
Yeah, they said they would get back to me this week. The issue is that they have not normally provided the facilitator for the collaborative. They usually are hired. But she said it is within their scope of work, and they do have a grant to provide for people to do mediation, negotiation, that type of thing. But she thought they could also do this, but she had to do some research. So I'm not opposed to moving forward with Commissioner Slaughter's proposal. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that this is my proposal. This was brought forth to me. I think there are several things that come to my mind with respect to this entire issue. First of all, if we were to determine that we wanted to go ahead and do this second proposal, would we feel that we were then tied into hiring Miss Western to do the full scope? I think I would have some feeling that would be the case, and I'm not sure that I want to be tied into that. I do want to get this process started. I think it's very important. I think we can definitely benefit. I think the county can directly benefit dramatically from getting a collaborative of this nature off the ground and set up. I guess some of my concern comes from in the original estimate on the proposal Ms. Western did. It's basically just simply getting the collaborative organized. It's those first few steps in getting that done. Are we receiving $34,000 worth of benefit in doing that? And I'm not sure. So I'm somewhat reticent to agree to do the second proposal because I feel it might tie us into the first. And I think that we probably should look at some other alternatives. Maybe we can talk with some other people who have done collaboratives. I don't want to put this off, and I don't want to put her off, but I think we owe it to our citizens and to ourselves potentially to look at all potential avenues for getting this started before we jump into something. So while I think that $3,300 would probably be well spent and it could help get us off the ground, I'm not sure it's the best idea for us.
I agree with you, Commissioner. And first we had Mr. Stem, on that trip, and then another trip to, you know, have Dr. Western come down. Now we're looking at a couple different proposals, and it just feels like I think the intentions are there, but it just feels like we're throwing money at it and we're not really getting anywhere. And so I hate to get locked into, you know, a series of unknowns while also understanding the importance of the benefit it can bring. But I'm struggling with it, so I don't feel comfortable at this time with it. But any other feedback, commissioners? Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Chairman, I'm more than happy to take Commissioner Slaughter's lead on this. If he's reticent to move forward on this, then I'm hesitant to move forward on this. I think a collaborative is a great idea in the long term, but one thing we've learned through this process is it has to be done right in the first place. And if it takes a few more months to get that 30,000-foot view and get a big picture and do it right, then we take the extra few months to do that. I think there's other resources we can be pursuing. I think the County Commissioners Association could be a good resource here. I don't know that the Department of Ag is the right state partner in this, but could be. And I think those are questions we're going to have to ask and get answers to before we move forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Thomas.
Well, I think we could qualify for NERPA funds either through the county or the CLG. The CLG is wanting to take ownership of this, but yet Rob, as a commissioner, has been taking the lead on it. So then you kind of have that dichotomy going on too. So I'm not sure what direction we might want to take.
Mr. Chairman, I think while this idea originated through the CLG, I'm not sure that this isn't something that we want to take on as a county ourselves, rather than having the CLG. I'm not sure, because I think we need to have better information on what our purpose is before we get to that point. So I guess if it please the board, what I would suggest we do is I would like to continue working on this. I will make phone calls to some of the other collaboratives that have been set up and try and get information. I will try and develop the purpose that we are trying. I'll talk with each of you and other interest stakeholders. I think Eric has been very interested in this process potentially. So I think we can come up with a basic framework to get started with this. I don't believe that it's something that we have to jump into a contract with someone at this point in time. I think we can still move this forward and do it in a timely fashion. So I would just ask for your approval for me to continue working as I have and trying to come up with the fundamental framework for the collaborative.
I think that's fair, Commissioner. Everyone in agreement with that? I don't think there's any reason to rush through it. So sounds like we're dipping our toes in the water, so to speak, but we don't want to jump all in yet. So I'm good with that if you're comfortable with that, Commissioner. Okay. Anything else on that?
No, thank you.
The last item on the agenda before the executive commissioners is just threw on there, the continued discussions on the RMP. Commissioner Jones took up all the comments I had this morning and his commissioner comments on there. So no, but in all seriousness, I just thought that this is continuing to be part of the discussion here. We felt like probably this week would be, the last before the original deadline. And obviously that's been extended. And so I just think some of that we've clarified, between Commissioner Richards' comments this morning, as well as Commissioner Jones, on ensuring we continue to march forward with, a unified stance on this. I've been approached by, different media outlets, as I'm sure all of you have. And I think it's no secret that together we have come out against alternative B, but there has been some discussion about being in favor of alternative D. And I don't think that we've had that discussion here. I know Commissioner Toman has had a lengthy amount of experience and that was kind of what the collaboration was working towards, but we've also identified that there's parts of alternative D that we don't like. So I just thought I'd allow for some additional discussion here if anyone wants to share or update or provide comments. I know Eric's been working hard with Mr. De Leon and Danielle, so it's more or less just kind of a general discussion to make sure everyone's in the loop. The governor's having his meetings coming up and the task force, and so again, as Island mentioned this morning, it's not that we're not doing anything, we're doing plenty. It's pretty much everything we live, eat, sleep, and breathe. And it's a very complex process. It's not about just speaking out, it's about doing the legwork and trying to figure out how to effectively respond to it. So, Commissioner Tillman, thanks for raising your hand.
There's one more important piece to this whole business. Well, I was at that BLM Resource Advisory Committee meeting. Colin McKee from the Petroleum Association, he recommended, and I backed it up, that they give us an extension of time, what they did, which they did, but we also asked for the cooperators to be able to see an administrative draft, because that's the only way we will have an opportunity to know what they're coming out with, so we can prepare a protest. Right now, we're supposed to comment on all 4 alternatives, and if you leave one out that you don't like, you can't protest it later if you didn't comment on it. So by seeing an administrative draft, you'd have one more opportunity to review it. But they have told us from the start that they're not going to allow it, even though it's, I'd say, customary or legally required that they provide us an administrative draft to the cooperators before it goes public with a final decision. So I think that's an important piece that we need to stress to the governor and keep, maybe even support it with a letter once they get moving on this, that we want to see the administrative draft before it goes final, so that we have a clue into what may be coming. So I just wanted to add that legal piece. Maybe you two can figure out how, or we can talk with Danielle, how legally required it is. They've always done it with all the other plans I've worked on. They've provided an administrative draft before it went final, so you could see what they were proposing.
Want me to speak to that, or?
If you want, John.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, so Eric and I were just talking about that idea. There's a case that an RMP was overturned at the federal level. One of the reasons was because in that particular case, they had changed alternatives partway through. And one of the arguments was that they didn't have, when they made that change, there was no opportunity to review it. And so if they don't provide that, it fits even more into that as a direct example. That precedence serves as a direct example of what is happening here, is where they're changing ships, but didn't provide any real meaningful opportunity. Even though they provided the 60 days, it's not a meaningful opportunity when we've seen things where they're telling commissioners and senators that they're going to make these changes, but we're not going to tell you what they are. So how are you supposed to comment on all of these changes? So it is that precedence is consistent with the case law, where a case was overturned saying there wasn't essentially a meaningful opportunity. So they'll provide it or they won't. It does seem like it is, it would be more appropriate, obviously, for everybody to have meaningful participation. It does detract from having that, legitimate participation, and they'll decide how they decide.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if, I haven't seen any notes from that RAC meeting. They said, well, the state director said, normally we don't take recommendations, we just discuss things. They did have different managers discuss things, but one of the rules is that you can provide recommendations, and if they come out with minutes and don't put that in there, I'm going to object with that whole group, as to that. But the BLM in Rock Springs has repeatedly told us we cannot create new alternatives. We can only pick and choose from those 4. So, but 1,400 pages, 1,500 pages of, you're going to do a side by side and try to catch them if they change something. It's just going to be very hard to determine that. The level of trust, which is the big discussion thing at the RAC in Rollins, is with the members of that resource advisory committee said trust is a big issue. We don't trust the BLM anymore. They worked with us for 12 years and then they let Washington come out and tell us what we have to do based on no local input, there's no trust.
I find that kind of ironic, and perhaps that's part of their plan, but first it's, here's the alternative. And then when the uproar took place, now it's, but if you don't like that one, then you need to respond to all four. Well, that's the whole purpose of a collaboration. To work together and use all those years of expertise and research to try and focus on one that suits, everyone's needs, or at least tries to be fair in all those realms. But now it's, don't just provide substantive comments to alternative B. We want other comments on all four plans. Well,
Don't worry, we're gonna pick and choose from all four. That's what the BLM is saying. So I don't know why you're so upset about alternative B, because we're gonna pick and choose from all four. Well, that just makes our workload 4 times harder, because normally you would devote all your energy to the selected alternative, and the others would be considered the extremes, the ends. And in this case, we're being forced to analyze all 4 alternatives.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to speak to that a little bit, and Eric's done a good job at locating the specific rule that identifies through the BLM handbook that identifies what is a substantive comment. And you want to be able to identify what statute or regulation was violated. That's one component. A second element, you want to be able to say what the harm is, what the environmental impact is. And then a third component, a third requirement, which is in the handbook, which is what Commissioner Tolman is talking about, is they want you to be able to describe what alternative or what would be acceptable in relation to that particular issue being identified for it to be a substantive comment. So one of the things that Eric is working on for next week is being able to identify the issue, what's the statute that was violated, what's the particular environmental impact related to that particular issue, that violated statute, and then that other column would be what Commissioner Tolman is talking about, which would be, okay, here's the way that it could be dealt with in a fashion that the county feels is appropriate or acceptable. So that's that component. It doesn't explicitly say you have to comment on every single alternative per se. The way it's written in the handbook is it talks about providing an alternative. So there's a little bit of a distinction between, I think, the way the handbook's saying that, but I think that obviously what Commissioner Tolman, she's always has all these answers, and where's it connect to? And that to me is where I can see where that's connecting to on the legal end, on the handbook end.
Well, the handbook and also the governor's consistency review, they have to respond to that after they've received all the comments. So
No, I appreciate
however they weigh in with that as to whether or not they considered the local government's federal resource plan.
that makes sense. Thanks for that, John. Comments, Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, thanks, Mr. Bingham, Mr. De Leon, for all of your work. When we were at the GOP meeting, I thanked a lot of people who worked hard on this, and I failed to mention you too, and you've probably done more work than anybody else and put in more time. So I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly apologize for not mentioning you and certainly highlight you, because you two have been outstanding, to say the least, in this whole process. So the information you've provided us is invaluable. So I just can't thank you enough. You had mentioned people asking whether or not we would support any other alternative D or whatever the case may be. So I probably have spent most of my time on alternative B, since that's what the BLM is pushing. So I've been trying to educate myself on the other alternatives, but personally, I'm not willing to support D at this point. I may learn more and I may change my mind, but at this point I won't, because it's claimed to be the alternative that was negotiated too, but there were a lot of users of the public lands that were not part of the process. So, and I'll speak from the motorized side of things in particular. That won't surprise anybody that I beat that drum, but from the motorized standpoint, you know, you have folks on opposite ends and you compromise, you meet in the middle. Well, the motorized community went from one end and went to the middle, and then the negotiations began. That's not really how you meet in the middle. So I have a hard time supporting any of them, quite frankly, the way they're written from the motorized side of things. And there could be somebody or some language that convinces me otherwise, but I just can't do that right now.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richards.
You know, I wish it was as simple as saying we're against B, we support D, but it's so much more nuanced than that. It's 200 pages of individual management actions. And in some of those management actions, D might be a good alternative. But it seems to me as I've gone through it in more and more and more of those management actions, A is the best alternative. The way we've been doing it since 1997 is already the best alternative. But that comment doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for us to just say we like A over B, because we have to say we like A over B in management action 1073 because B does this to our socioeconomic health and doesn't address this environmental concern, and we should choose A because. And that's why I encourage every resident, every business in Sweetwater County, every nonprofit in Sweetwater County, every board in Sweetwater County to attend these workshops that are coming up that the governor's announced, to learn how the NEPA process works, to learn how this RMP process works, and learn how to make those comments. They're getting thousands and thousands of comments already, and they're throwing almost every one of them out because they're not substantive comments. Now, is that 100% bad? No, because they've got to spend time doing that. And every moment they spend reading comments is a moment that they're not publishing the final draft of this proposal. So keep sending massive comments. That's great, but we still have to focus on substantive comments, and we should take advantage of UW's willingness to come into our community and educate people on how to write those comments. And if we don't get enough out of those 3 meetings, then Senator Jones and who is it, Senator? Is it Representative Larson? They're gonna try to do that in their community. There's going to be more opportunities in our community to learn how this process works. And as I say, and at the same time, we know Eric and John have been working on identifying places where they have flat out broke their own rules, broke federal law and how they published this draft in the first place. And we're going to have to be working that route. And only the county commissioners and only the governor can do that. We're the ones with the standing to do that. I appreciate the work that Representative Hageman put into an amendment to try to deal with this at the federal level. I don't have confidence that it's going to go anywhere in the Senate. They can surprise us. But I appreciate that their eyes are on this at the federal level. I appreciate that the legislature's eyes are on it. But in this part of the process, they don't have standing. Maybe later. And for sure, we're going to be leaning on the legislature for money to fight this if it ends up in the courts. And I suspect that's what's going to happen. We've seen RMPs get turned over and thrown out because the BLM did not, or the Forest Service did not follow their own rules and procedures and laws. And but we can't depend on that. We have to fight every single step of the way. And it starts with the substantive comments. So again, I appreciate UW coming into our community to help people do that. And I encourage people to be involved in that process.
Any other thoughts,
Amazing
comments?
thing is, this plan would have gone through, the public really wouldn't have been too much aware. We would have protested on the parts of alternative D that we didn't like, but by doing it the way they did it, they have made everyone fully aware in the entire Western States region of what they're doing. It's being scrutinized with a fine-tooth comb, so I think it's going to backfire on them.
Eric, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief update. So I had a discussion myself, John had a discussion with Danielle Betancourt yesterday. And just to kind of go on what John was saying earlier. So what we're looking at doing is Danielle's going to provide us a template, and that's going to break up the areas in that chart. And she's going to help us with it. There'll be the primary issue in the plan, the code rule being violated, and then the harm that's created for that. And what that's the reason for that is it sets us up for the protest period and the appeal period, because that's our biggest concern is whatever legal arguments we're making, they meet that criteria in NEPA, in the NEPA process. Just so you're aware, Wyoming Commissioners Association, WCCA, right? Okay. They are working on a consistency review. They have also engaged a law firm, I believe, and another staff member. What they're doing is going through the management actions and taking our federal land use plan and doing a consistency review on every single management action. So that is being done right now. And that's probably going to be done sometime early to mid-December. So we will be able to see that before the comments are due. So I just want to let you know, because I was getting concerned on status of things, and things creep up on you and all of a sudden 2 months is gone. So that is being taken care of. But the other thing I wanted to discuss too is there were some differences in an opinion in the past. Commissioner Toman might be aware that the county felt a certain way and the CLG felt a certain way. So we will need to identify, in particular, as Little Mountain. I don't have that information today. We don't need to decide that today, but clarify, I would need, when we are getting into the comments on that ACEC, I need to clarify where this commission stands on that issue alone. So, because there was a lot of comments back and forth on alternative D from the county, signed by the commission back in, that are differing from CLG. So we will have to clarify that. The other thing is I've been talking with some staff members of the BLM, talking with previous staff members. Where it gets confusing is there was a statement made that I haven't confirmed it, but from BLM staff that for the cooperators to focus on alternative D and not focus on alternative B and C. And so there might become a time that, and Mr. De Leon and I are talking that, pulling a bait and switch where you're saying B and C are those bookends, and then really for the cooperators to focus on D, which is disingenuous. Because if you know that's all you're going to focus on is alternative D and not on B and C, then all your comments are focusing on that. And so B and C were really not intended for becoming one of the preferred alternatives. So John and I are working on that. It might involve witness affidavits and such that we would include in the comments. If you're okay with that, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, looking into that. It does not have to be established now at the public comment period, but definitely will when we get into the protest and appeal process as we move along. So that's just kind of an update, just so you know, we're continuing to work on that. We are going to prioritize next week, sit down, and some of the areas, obviously, that I've discussed before: ACEC consistency, right away, visual resource management, the travel management. I know energy was a discussion in there. I did discuss with Danielle what is the best way to approach energy. is through the visual resource management, because what they do is they establish these visual resource areas and then they don't allow oil and gas in those, in the ones and twos. So that's in her professional legal opinion, that is the best way to focus on energy. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I answer any questions that you have.
No, I appreciate that, Eric.
Yeah.
I just, really, that was the only intent today, was just to have some discussion.
Yeah,
make sure everyone on the same
exactly.
Page. I don't think that any of us are divided or anything.
Sure.
I think it's just important that we continue to be educated and, like I said, move forward with that unified front. So sounds like you got a good team working together and continue to dive through the details of this complex situation.
Yep.
Any other comments, commissioners, questions for Eric? Commissioner Tillman?
Well, yes, alternative D was what the cooperators came forth with, that alternative, but based on everything that they've been telling us, you have to comment on all four. You can't focus on one because they're gonna pick and choose from wherever. So if you just focus on alternative D, you're leaving a bunch of big holes. State director said you have to comment on all four. So alternative D is pretty well out the window anyway. But the only reason we were supporting alternative D was that it gave us a focus, one alternative, and we figured we could tweak the things that were not good in that one. Whereas now it's just everything is up. Everything is on the table for commenting. So it's just quadrupled our workload. Alternative D, I mean, really, there were only 3 local government cooperators in there. You had people from state agencies and you had a preponderance from 1 or 2 agencies, like Game and Fish would have 12 or 15 people in the room. You have water quality people, you'd have, so it's Wally and I and maybe one other person. We were the local governments. So, I mean, we obviously didn't get our way on on a lot of things.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners? Thanks, Eric. Let
Thank
us
you.
know if we can continue to help or how, and keep up good work.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
That is it for the regular portion of the agenda today, commissioners. We are about 20 minutes behind, so not too terrible. Next on the agenda is an executive session to discuss legal and personnel. It is likely that we will be taking action upon coming out. So at this time, I'd entertain a motion to enter into executive.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Richards. Do we have a second?
I will make a second.
Second by Commissioner Toman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.